Testing, testing. Yay. Mm. Script. Repeat. Leftovers are always good. It allows the food to marinate in the.
Hello?
Yeah, it works. Yeah, 30 seconds. Thank you. Oh. I saw us do that too at the Tri Cities. All right, we will call our meeting to order, our January 20th, 2026 regular school board meeting at 5:30 p.m. Would want to start off with our mission statement. We create opportunities for growth and success. And our vision statement, inspiring learners to thrive in an ever-changing world. Um, Now to do a roll call of our members of the Board of Education. Uh, Cl- Clerk Saavedra, Vice President Mejia,
Present.
Board Member Contreras,
Present.
and Lafarga President present. Are there any public comments in closed session? For closed session? No comments at this time. So at this time, we will adjourn into closed session at 5:31. You ready, John? You ready? You ready, Christian? Ready? Dora, you ready? Okay, good evening, everyone. The board will reconvene the open session uh, at 6:38 p.m. Uh, Roll call of members of the administrative cabinet. Dora?
Mr. Mark Matthews,
Present.
Gioconda Padilla,
Present.
Dean Cochran,
Present.
Jasmine Chavez Diaz,
Present.
and Isela Castañon.
Thank you. We have a special treat. We have a STEAM Academy student that will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Kimes, Principal Kimes is here to introduce the student.
Camila is an eighth grade student at the STEAM Academy at Burke and is serving as our ASB president. Camila has been involved in ASB all 3 years at STEAM and is one of our high cluster students participating in both English Language Arts Honors and Integrated Math 1, which is a high school level course. Camila is very proud of her 3.99 GPA and her history as the yearbook and yearbook and broadcast programs at McGee Academy of Arts and Sciences. Camila's favorite class is math, and her math teacher, Miss Molina, had this to say. Camila is a delightful student to have in my math class. Her favorite subject is math, and it truly shows every day. She arrives with a bright smile, a positive attitude, and a readiness to learn. Camila consistently volunteers to participate, eagerly sharing answers and demonstrating her strong understanding of the material. She stays on task, works hard, and is a wonderful role model for her peers. Camila's kindness and dedication make her a joy to teach, and I look forward to seeing her continue to thrive. Camila is excited to attend El Rancho High School next year and continue her educational journey through ERUSD. Camila plans to pursue a career in either law or law enforcement after high school. One final note before I hand the microphone over to Camila. Today is her birthday, so happy birthday, Camila.
Good evening, President Lafarga, members of Board of Education, Superintendent Soto Delgado, members of Cabinet, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about the STEAM Academy at Burke and for allowing me to lead the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. My name is Camila Flores, and I am an 8th grader at the STEAM Academy at Burke and currently serve as ASB president. My time at STEAM has been filled with meaningful experiences from Dr. Cornell's spelling bee in 6th grade to our first spring rally with Miss Kim last year. These moments have helped shape me into the student and leader I am today. Coming into middle school can be intimidating to any 5th grader, but STEAM provides a safe and welcoming environment where I learn to step out of my comfort zone with the support of my peers and mentors. Our staff is one of the school's greatest strengths. They are approachable, understanding, and genuinely care about our success, which makes students feel supported and confident. STEAM Academy also offers engaging electives such as music, robotics, and art, allowing students to explore their interests and creativity. Through ASB, we bring our school community together by planning events like Spirit Weeks and school festivals, helping create a positive school culture. In conclusion, STEAM Academy is more than just a school. It is a supportive community that helps students grow as learners and leaders. I'm grateful for everyone who makes this possible. Thank you for allowing me to share my experiences this evening. If everyone will please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Camila, stay there. You can stay there. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your birthday with us. On behalf of our colleagues here on the board, just want to thank you for your leadership, for leading us today in the pledge, and on your GPA. You're a stellar student, and math is the right one because that's the future. So you're in the right track. I want to do a little point of personal privilege, and let's sing happy birthday to Camila. Yeah, because it's her birthday. All right, on the count of three. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, dear Camila. Happy birthday to you. Principal guys, Camila, if you'd like to come up, we're gonna present you with a certificate, and you can come and take a picture with your principal. Are your parents here? Okay, come, have your parents come up, and we'll take a picture. Yeah, you want to? Do they come around? Is it better to come around? Okay. Yeah. Right here, it's fine. Well, let them do their first, and then we can walk around. That way we'll kind of underneath. Do the parents and you. Later. That orchestra gets back. All Boardman? Good. Sure. Okay, moving on to adoption of the agenda. Approve the agenda for the regular Board of Education meeting of January 20th, 2026.
So moved?
Uh,
Second.
let me ask first if
sorry.
there are any
Yes.
amendments to
My
this.
apologies.
Yes, we do. Mr. Matthews and Ms. Jocanda Padilla.
Item 18F2, 2C, change the 5 to a 3 and insert the name Vega Armandina and pull the last two placeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent, is there another amendment?
Yes, thank you. Item 12C. 612C, replace the attachment titled CBOC presentation January 2026, available at the registration table.
Thank you. Thank you. So now can I get a motion to approve the agenda with the aforementioned amendments to the agenda?
So moved with the
Second.
changes made?
Moved by Trustee Contreras, seconded by Trustee Saavedra. We'll do a roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Contreras.
Yes.
And myself, yes. Motion passes. Item 7, report of actions taken in closed session. Ms. Soto Delgado, are there any actions to report?
As to item A, it was not discussed. As to item B, was not discussed. Remaining matters were discussed out of order. As to item D, members of the board were provided with briefings and updates. At 5:53 p.m., Ms. Rodriguez Padilla, Mr. Matthews, and Mr. Cochran joined closed session. No reportable final actions were taken. As to item C, members of the board were provided with partial briefings and updates, but will continue discussions after reconvening to discuss the remaining closed session items. Closed session discussions concluded at 6:33 p.m.
Thank you, Ms. Soto Delgado. Moving on to item 8, student reports. We have a new spokesperson from Salazar High School tonight, Natalie Diaz. Natalie, welcome. I'm glad to have you here. Your counterpart is, I believe, not here today, Abraham Jimenez from El Rancho High School, but looking forward to hearing your update, Natalie. And just know that you're welcome to stay for as long as you want for the meeting. But we know if you have obligations, you're also happy to leave. To the rescue.
Hello, hello. Okay. Um, Good evening, members of the Board of Education, District Administration, teachers, cabinet members, and community members. I hope you all enjoyed the holidays and welcome back to a new year. I would first like to introduce myself. My name is Natalie Diaz, a senior at Salazar High School and an ASB member. Since the start of my education, I have been a student here in the El Rancho Unified School District. I went to South Ranchito for elementary school before switching to North Park Academy of the Arts. I currently plan to graduate from Salazar High School in June. After I graduate, I plan to major in biology at East Los Angeles College. After receiving my degree, I want to work as a marine biologist. I like taking pictures, going to the theater, and learning about animals and marine life in my free time. I am honored to be here representing Salazar High School, and I would like to share a few events that are happening on our campus. Last week on January 12th, our third quarter began. We wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate the seniors who have met their required credits and returned back to El Rancho High School to complete their graduation requirements. We welcomed new students to our campus to begin our third quarter with us and look forward to the last months of the school year. We had a new student slash parent orientation Monday, January 13th at 4:30 in our cafeteria. Families and new students had an opportunity to visit and learn more about our school. On Friday, January 16th, a group of students attended the peer mediation training at El Rancho High School. Students are learning to help provide a welcoming and secure learning environment at their campuses. The goal of the program is to settle disputes amicably and productively, as well as have students develop empathy, understanding, and communication skills. Thank you very much and enjoy your evening.
Thank you so much, Natalie. Well done. Okay, now moving on to why most of you are here tonight. The recognition of El Rancho High School student athletes from the fall 2025 season. And it's my pleasure to introduce our athletic director, Dr. Goyanaga, who will be presenting the teams for this evening.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you for having us. Superintendent Delgado, District Cabinet, thank you guys for being supportive of our kids, our school. And I know it means a lot to not only our kids, but also their parents to see them recognized for their efforts. I want to quickly recap some of the highlights from our fall season. Obviously, we're all excited about the new facility, and truly, this was the group that was able to kick off that together as a group. I know we had a soft opening in the spring, but this is really what kind of has gotten us started. Um, Tying that into our boys water polo team and the aquatic center, the new aquatic center, our cross country team being able to use the stadium, our football and flag team as well. And then we have our girls tennis team, girls volleyball team, who are also eagerly awaiting their updates, and our girls golf team. I would be remiss to forget them, who we're also benefiting from our new facilities. A couple of highlights: we had our football team make it to the CIF playoffs again, so they continue to build on their success and history. We had our girls tennis team finish third in the Del Rio League, and they actually made it to the second round of CIF playoffs for the first time in a long time. So that was one of our highlights. And we also had the inaugural season of our girls flag football team, and they too also reached the second round of the CIF playoffs. So those are just a few of the highlights, but as a whole, I always feel that our fall season is what sets the tone for the rest of our school year. These are the kids that are kind of getting the campus excited and bringing it to life, and just being able to recognize not only their accolades on the field, but also in the classroom. I'm super grateful that we're doing that tonight. So I'm gonna ask the teams to come up as a group, and as they come up, I will the students that will be recognized are students who received a 3.0 or higher during the school year, or students who also had some type of athletic distinction, meaning a first team Del Rio League recognition. So we'll start off with boys water polo. They are coached by head coach Marissa Lopez.
Come around. Yeah, it's gonna be okay.
Perfect. All right, let's get the team first, and then we'll see if we can get the board members as well on this side. I have the room still. So ready? We're gonna smile. 1, 2, 3. Do we want to open our certificates so we can show them as well, guys? You mind? Please, thank you.
Parents, would you like to come take pictures of them? Feel free.
All right, smile. Very nice. 3, 2, 1, smile. Perfect. And if the board members. And 3, 2, 1, smile. Got it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think you're sitting around. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, up next, we have our boys and girls cross country team. They were coached by head coach Gio Pasinato, and assistant coach Juan Hernandez is here as well. Running extraordinaire. Parents, come up, come up and take the picture.
3, 2, 1, clear. Smile. And next. We're ready to have that.
Sarah's coming from a soccer game right now.
3, 2, 1, smile. Perfect. The board members, if they like to come and speak. Can we pinch in a little bit? Starting with the students, come up a little bit, and we'll pinch the coaches in. That. There you go. All right. Oh no, wait. So sorry. So sorry. All right. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Smile. Perfect. Oh, so sorry. Thank you so much.
Great job, Pat. Up next, we have our football team coached by head coach Adrian Medrano.
All right. We're sitting here in 5, 3, 2, 1. Board members would like to come in. Eight, 2, 1. Got it. Thank you so much.
Before we move on to our last two sports, I'd like to mention girls golf. Our girls golf head coach is also our head softball coach, so they have a game tonight. So they're here in spirit, and then obviously our girls flag team was previously recognized, so they also send their gratitude. With that being said, I'd like to move on to our girls tennis team. As we mentioned, they were able to make it to the second round of CIF playoffs this year. So great job, and their head coach was Coach Edith Gonzalez.
Parents, please. And the board member to do commence, please.
And last but definitely not least, girls volleyball coached by Thomas Jimenez. Can we give it up for our fall sports one more time, please? As also as a teacher and a coach, a former coach, I do want to take a minute to recognize our head coaches and assistant coaches who are here as well. If we could give them a round of applause. And I just want to close up with, again, expressing my gratitude. Life is very hard and very challenging. It's full of tough moments. So I think it's beautiful and it's so important when we take time to recognize our young kids for their efforts, for their accomplishments. And parents, I think you guys should be so proud of them. And I hope that you continue to encourage them. And the board, it's all yours. So thank you guys for another good
Thank
night.
you. Thank you, Dr. Gonaga. I would like to give our board the opportunity to share some comments as well. So I'll start with Trustee Saavedra.
Thank you, Doctor, for almost making me cry right now. You guys are amazing. I have no words other than what you do is amazing. Keep doing it. Keep the great job. And parents and coaches and everybody that's in those stands behind you, you know, everybody's there for you. So congratulations on such a phenomenal.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee Mejia.
Sure. Echoing those sentiments, just congratulations, scholar athletes. To the games that I've been able to attend. It's so fun. It is so fun. And to the games that I'm not able to make, I follow you on social media, and I enjoy all of your successes and wish you continued success. Thank you.
And Trustee Contreras.
Eh, a lot's been said for our coaches, so thank you very much to our coaches first and foremost. It's a big responsibility, let alone what you do during the day, but you take the time, and I know you go above and beyond what you do on the field and off the field as well for these student athletes. So thank you very much, Dr. Goyanaga. Thank you very much for a very successful season under your leadership. Um, I know it's a lot. The job entails a lot, but we see you working, and we see now with the new sports facility that things are going to get better and better. So thank you very much for what you do. To our parents out there, nuestros papás, gracias por todo lo que hacen ustedes. The support you guys give to the student athletes is going to show, and it's going to show in the classroom, getting them on time, being responsible, being a teammate. All that translates into the classroom. So thank you for what you guys do. Um, to our student athletes, keep on pushing. Okay, keep on pushing, no matter what. We're not always gonna be successful on the field, but keep your heads up. Keep on pushing forward, and good things will come. No matter what happens on the field, you are a winner in our eyes. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. You all make us proud and you make your parents proud. You make your coaches proud for the effort that you put into your sports. It is a commitment. Your studies are important. Your sports are important to you, but that's how you thrive. That's how you excel and go to that next level. So we're here to support you in anything that you want to do as a student athlete and los papás que dedican su tiempo a estar con sus hijos y hijas en los deportes. Los felicitamos porque el logro no nomás de atletismo, pero también de lo académico es muy importante. So just parents, thank you so much for all your support. Coaches, like it was said, you guys are the backbone of our success to develop our students as people, as human beings, as athletes, as scholars. So thank you for your dedication. Thank you, Dr. Goyanaga, for leading the way. Fantastic. Congratulations, and we're really proud of you. So we're going to take about a 5 to 10 minute break to allow families to take pictures up here wherever you'd like. So have at it. Thank you very much for coming tonight. All right. Thank you, everyone. Um, the board will reconvene the meeting. It is now 7:22 p.m. Moving on to item 10, public comments items on the agenda. Superintendent.
We do not have any comments for on the agenda.
Thank you. Moving on to item 11, public comments items not on the agenda.
Yes, we have Mr. Victor Gonzalez.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. I'm here just to give you an update regarding the corroded, polluted. But first, I want to make one thing clear to the board and to the staff. I'm not here to retaliate because Mr. Mark Matthews tournament basically fired me on the spot. I'm not here for asking for my job back. I'm here to tell you as board members, especially now this election season, I want community and to the board, you guys been doing an amazing job. I'm not here to attack anyone. I'm here to find solutions. What I seen as a custodian, what I went through as a custodian. I know he just wants to get rid of me to shut me up, but he's not going to do that. I've been involved in the community and look me up. Ask Camacho. 30 years youth advocate. So with that said, my main concern is the corroded, polluted water fountains being used. When I try to find solutions, I was told by Ray Tapia, don't worry about it, not your children. Um, and I reached out to the water board. I was at the water board meeting. They said that the Rancho has refused 10 times. This is on record. Rancho has refused 10 times to get the water tested. I also reached out to the board and Supervisor Hahn to come up with filter waters because I don't understand how staff and and administrators could get waters from primo delivery waters, but our kids have to go ahead and drink fountain waters from a fountain that's disgusting. Because as custodians, former custodian, we have to make sure that it's clean. But I was told, don't worry about it, leave it, look at it, go to the school site. Don't take my word. Furthermore, the unsafe chemicals. I met with superintendent and I showed her some pictures. Now I could report to you guys by staff, custodian staff. They reported to me that yes, there's some chemicals that have been removed. So I want to thank superintendent for taking that seriously because there was a lot of chemicals being used that shouldn't be being used. Okay, I don't know if they told you guys that. Finally, I want to make sure that the board holds accountability. I mean, don't try and just quiet me down and hold Ray Tapia, Anthony Diaz, David Compton, Mark Matthews. All those people need to go because they really don't care. They put that front to you guys. But what about our community? What about our kids? And that's one thing that I wanted to share with you guys too, that I'm not stopping there yet. I'm actually reaching out. I actually reached out to the Secretary of Education for water systems, water filters that they could donate. I reach out to companies that are willing to donate. So I'm just reaching out and I will be continue sharing that. Next board meeting, I'll be bringing the media to bring more attention to this concern. So
Thank you,
thank
Mr.
you, board
Gonzalez.
members. Appreciate it. Good night.
Thank you. Do we have another one?
Yes, Mr. Fernando Islas.
Good evening, all. Good evening, Pico Rivera. Um, I first want to start off by bringing to your attention the parking situation that occurs while you have these board meetings. Last time you guys held this meeting here, I had a student confess to me that, bless you, that there was nowhere for them to park, um, that they had to park off campus. Uh, just something to consider. Bless you. Um, I essentially came in tonight for two reasons. Number one, I wanted to clarify my AC comment I made last meeting, where I mentioned Dr. Kimes said we needed an AC upgrade. It was actually directed to the cafeterias of the schools. I disregarded that slight detail and just wanted to be specific. And the second reason is that I told you guys that if you guys posted on your Instagram, the council, that I would come back in and call it out. Once again, these people sat around and did nothing as 20,000 children were slaughtered with American bombs. They don't deserve to be around our kids. And I'm actually going to put the audio of the member who was at the last board meeting taking pictures with staff when it had the disruption of the Summer Street Fest, where he said, unfortunately, those the contrarians outcomes to get the documents. So the school commission, the school control, I think they're critical. Not sure if the officers of education for those institutions. This talk like the foreigners. Well, it was kind of low, but hopefully you heard it. He essentially said that people have their opinions and they use these platforms to give out their opinions. Um, but if my opinion was to stop bombs from being dropped on Palestinian children over the last 2 years, what was his opinion? Thank you. Have a great evening, all.
Thank you, Mr. Islas. Moving on to item 12, information items. 12A, presentation on the secondary schools math and social studies adoption. Ms. Jasmine Chavez Diaz.
Sorry, there's a group of us tonight. Good evening, school board, cabinet, community members. Today we're here to present to you on the secondary math and social studies adoptions. I will be joined by a couple of other speakers, Dr. Kimes, Artosa, Danny Perez, Summer Pardee, and Mr. Ormstead. I'll just wait for it here. Today's a little different. Usually when we come to you with a board adoption, we have one subject area. Typically it's one grade span. This time we went big. We're doing two core subject areas, and we're doing all secondary. As you know, a big push for ed services is to make sure that we're giving our teachers up-to-date instructional materials, and we wanted to get all of our subjects onto that level. So just a little bit of review because we've seen this before. We wanted to review what the process is for adoption. So as you know, when we start the adoption, before we begin to look at materials, we train our staff on what is our district lens. How do we develop what we as a Rancho Unified School District need in terms of math and social studies for our students? Our population has a strong English learners percentage, so we want to make sure we respond to that. Sometimes we hear, well, there's another district that's high achieving. Let's just do whatever they're doing. That's not going to be the best fit for us. So we begin by developing that district lens. And I'll talk a little bit about more how we do that. Once we decide here is what we need, here is what our vision is in terms of the subject area, we begin with the initial screening. We might look at 4 to 5 publishers and say, do they meet our needs? Do they have resources for our English learners? Are they differentiating? We want some technology. Who meets that? From there, we now reduce to 2 that our teachers feel these could possibly be a great fit for our students. Those become our pilot publish curriculum. Once our teachers publish that pilot, and they do that for within a quarter, once they do that, we use a rubric. We don't let them convene to discuss or we use a rubric to make sure that everything is very much based on our what the teacher feels is best for our students and what the standards align to. So from there, that's our final deliberation. Once those rubrics are turned into ed services, our TOSAs calculate the scores and they share with our teachers, this is who won. We then develop the presentation that we give to you. We also present to we have an open meeting to anybody from the public, any community member that wants to come and view the curriculum. And we also present it to our DAC DLAC. You might have noticed that typically we do this prior to coming to you with our recommendation. We're doing the meeting for DAC DLAC next week. The reason it's off in order is we have fast tracked this part of the process a bit so that we're able to have a contract approved, hopefully in place for the March Professional Development Day. Since we have a whole day that's student free and we have our teachers, we thought what better time to train all our teachers together than the March day. This will allow us to avoid having dozens of subs on one day. pulling our teachers from the classroom and allow them more time to work with that curriculum. By doing that in March, we're also then able to offer them pull-out days in April or May so they can collaborate. As much as possible, we want our teachers to go home in the summer feeling prepared and not feeling like I don't know what I'm going to have to teach or what my resources will be when I come back in August. So a bit about our adoption committees. For math, the math representatives, grades 6th, 7th, and 8th, were all represented. Integrated 1, which will transition now with the, based on your approval to Algebra 1. Integrated 2, which will become Geometry. Integrated 3, which is Algebra 2. We had RSP teachers part of it, directed math teachers, and administration. Committee members represented in math were from North Park, Rivera, Steam, El Rancho, and Salazar. We included every secondary school. For social studies, we had representatives from ancient history, grade 6, world history, grade 7, US history, grade 8, including dual, because we wanted to know what resources our dual language teachers needed. For US history, we had US and direct US, world history, including direct and bilingual, economics, and government. Again, all of the subject areas, all of the schools were represented. If I could take a second, we have some teachers who participated in our pilot here, and I'd like to acknowledge them and thank them. So we have Ms. Knapp, Ms. Martin, Ms. Ballister, Ms. Ponciano, and Mr. Francis. And Ms. Gonzalez was here earlier. So thank you so much for being part of that process for us. So a couple of notes, instructional materials different a little bit for grades K through 8. There is a state approved list that we abide and choose by. High school is a little bit different. And we wanted to make sure that we align to all of the State Board of Education approved frameworks. And also that as we're going through this process of piloting, we're really looking at what is comprising, what teachers feel is best, what our content experts feel is best, and we want to have that drive our adoption because our commitment is to always provide our kids with the best possible resources. So to go back to that district lens, if you're wondering how do we develop a district lens, what we do is we examine our district data. So in the case of math, we're looking at our CAF scores. We're looking at our district context. One of the things we look at is, do we have TOSAs in that area? Are we one-to-one? Who are our experts? We look at a reality of our district. What are we using now? Is it working? What are our teachers seeing is effective that we want to replicate? And are we promoting self-efficacy for our students through this curriculum? Before we move on to the actual pilot, each of our groups creates a district vision and mission for their subject area. So as a math student who is going to graduate from El Rancho Unified, what is the vision and the mission that we have for them in terms of social studies and mathematics? And then we look at some of the key findings so as we're looking at the curriculum, we know these are the things that are really important to us. Again, this aligns to our LCAP Goal 1, which is the conditions of learning, and our LCAP 2, Goal 3, which is our pupil outcomes. And now I will hand it over to Mr. Ormsted.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you tonight about how we followed the process that Ms. Chavez just outlined for our math programs. Starting with our math vision statement, what we're hoping is that as a result of this adoption and the professional learning to go with it, when we walk into our math classrooms at the middle and high school level, we really see students at the center of things. We see students making sense of the math, not just the teacher or the adults in the room. We see students talking about math, not just sort of doing busy work on a worksheet. And we really start seeing students seeing themselves as capable doers of math, that they have that confidence and ability to solve problems. So we started with that vision statement, and then we went on to consider the data that Ms. Chavez mentioned, state test scores, how our kids were progressing through different math pathways, all of the different factors and variables related to how our students are doing in math. And our conclusion really is here in the last sentence. We've been using college prep mathematics CPM for I think close to 30 years at the high school and about 12 or 13 years at the middle school. And our sort of finding from the lens process was, while it has served us well in the past, it is time to pursue a curriculum that more effectively supports our students, empowers our teachers, and aligns with our district's vision for mathematics. So that set us off on our journey looking at different textbooks. We went from 5 that we screened overall down to 2. The 2 that we chose to pilot were Illustrative Mathematics Kiddom and Amplified Desmos Math. And just briefly, illustrative math has been developed by people who were very close to the development of the Common Core and SBAC assessments. They license different publishers, and Kiddom is one of the 3 or 4 that they license. Amplified Desmos Math, besides also being built on illustrative mathematics, it incorporates a lot of really effective technology that helps kids sort of simulate things and do things that they wouldn't be able to do with paper and pencil. So both of these were really strong options, and we were able to pilot both of those programs during the first semester. They were evaluated on a rubric that really reflected the vision statement. Rubric 1 on sense making, rubric 2 on discussing math, rubric 3 on becoming capable doers, and then rubric 4 also addressed sort of teacher needs in terms of having an effective digital platform, good assessment tools, and good teacher support. The result of all of that was this. If you look by grade level and course, you'll see nearly every grade level and course felt that Amplified Desmos would be the more effective program. And that was also true in terms of sort of the overall average. The 2 levels where our teachers did feel Kiddom was more effective was Geometry and Algebra 2. And there the concerns were somewhat about like the level of rigor. They felt for the higher levels of math, Kiddom was actually a little bit more effective, but then we followed sort of a consensus process, breaking down these scores, sort of looking overall at what would be best for our students. And I'm happy to say the entire committee agreed that Amplified Desmos overall would be the better choice. So I'm going to turn things over to Dr. Kimes now to go over some of the teacher and student feedback that we were provided.
Good evening. Thank you. So we did ask the teachers and the students to complete these rubrics, and the rubrics did have an open-ended section as well to give their general feelings, and you see some of those here on the board. Some of the things that I heard from the teachers also in our meetings about the adoption was the importance of our students being those capable doers of math, and that the Desmos curriculum really allowed for that. And they talked about the intensive and intentional discussions about math that happened as a byproduct of this curriculum, and the collaborative nature that they were able to introduce into their classroom that was really a step above what they'd been able to do previously. They really liked the idea that Amplified Desmos allows for reteaching, intervention, and extension. So no matter where our students are in their mathematical journey, they're able to have a curriculum that is adaptive and helping them with what they need in that moment. It really does like meet our students where they are. It's a very user-friendly platform, and that came from both the students and the teachers. It's a really easy jumping off point for all of our users. And when we're asking teachers to start a whole new curriculum, it's important that we're not also saddling them with a curriculum that's very difficult to manage. So the fact that it was so easy for them to be able to use this and provide the instruction to our students was really crucial. There are some similarities to the SBAC platform, including the in-program calculator, which is similar to the calculator. Actually, I think it's the same calculator that they have on the SBACs that also is helping our students prepare for their statewide testing. And an important part about the simplicity of the platform is it also allows our families at home to help. And I have a freshman at home. I have a lot of trouble helping him with math, so this really spoke to me when they shared it, that it is really easy for our families to be able to log in and see the step-by-step process and help their kids with math, which I think is also a really important component when we're factoring in what's best for our entire school district community. As far as the student experience with Amplified Desmos, we asked them, what helps you learn the best? And again, you can see the answers up here, but they felt that it was very important that they have access to both digital and paper formats, which we thought was really interesting because I think sometimes we think, oh, the digital is the way to go, but they really wanted to have access to both platforms. They wanted to have graphic organizers and ways to break down the content that was more difficult for them. And we definitely saw those with the Amplify Desmos. And then some of the student feedback specifically on that open-ended section I mentioned. There's a couple of features that I was able to see when I walked around classrooms and that the kids really spoke about. One of them is a try it feature where they can try a problem. And if it doesn't work, then they can try it again. And they can keep trying different options of the math problem until they can get it right. So there's no penalty for not getting it right. I was in a classroom and one of the teachers said the only wrong answer is not trying. Like anything else is a learning experience. And I thought that was so powerful for our kids that it's okay if you don't get it right the first time. In fact, it's good. It's a learning opportunity. So I thought that was really exciting. There's also a thing called Anonymize where the teacher can put up on the screen and it doesn't have the student names. It puts mathematical, like historical mathematicians. And each kid is now named a historical mathematician. They have their name on their screen and the teacher has it up so they can see like, oh, here's where the kids are, here's how they're doing, but it doesn't give anything away about student privacy or student data. And the kids really like that too. They thought it was fun and they're like, oh, who are you? Who are you? Who's so-and-so? And it also gave them a chance to learn about historical math figures. They also really liked that there was the hard copy and the digital version, and they really liked the opportunity to work with their classmates and be able to have those conversations about math. Again, walking through the classroom, seeing this in action, it was a different level of math collaboration than I have seen in the past. So that was really exciting. And our teachers who were on the committee did a fantastic job with the piloting. And so with all of that said, based on the results from the pilot and the feedback, the Math Adoption Committee recommends the Amplify Desmos math curriculum to move forward for grades 6 through 8 and Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, formerly known as Math 1, Math 2, Math 3, once we switch over to the other pathway of math. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to our Social Studies Adoption Committee with Summer and Danny. Danny, you're first.
Good evening. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to review the adoption process. So we are going to start off with our middle school adoption for history. In our key findings and considerations, we discovered that overall, we were looking for materials that are accessible, interactive, and inclusive with strong digital components, built-in supports for diverse learners, and a design that helps all students engage with the content. For both middle school and high school, we ended up going with two pilot programs and evaluated them using a common rubric. The rubric is listed on this slide. We went through standards alignment, program organization, assessment, universal access, and instructional planning and teacher support. They rated each program across these 5 core areas, which ensured that we had a consistent and transparent process for comparing the materials. This table shows how McGraw-Hill Impact performed across all criteria and reviewers. Overall, the scores reflect a decent program with particular strengths in assessment and instructional planning and support. The other program that we reviewed was Sava's Learning's My World, and this showed a consistently stronger performance across reviewers and criteria. The higher overall scores indicate broader alignment with the priorities we established in our district lens. The teacher feedback seen here reinforced why this program came out on top. They pointed out strong universal access features, including student choice and built-in language and read aloud supports. They also noted a clear, consistent structure across units with engaging digital tools and strong connections to ELD and ELA. The student experience seen here, they shared with us that the features that helped them learn the best were lesson readings, essential questions, topic videos, interactive maps, timelines, and or charts. We also gathered student feedback throughout the adoption process, and students experienced the program. These pieces of feedback showed how the students experienced the program in practice. Their feedback pointed to how specific features supported their learning, focusing on visuals, vocabulary support, and audio tools that help clarify meaning. And with that, based on the pilot results and what we heard from both teachers and students, the committee is recommending Savas My World move forward as our adopted middle school social studies program. And next, I'll turn it over to Summer, who will review the high school pilot.
Good evening, everyone. Hi. Okay, so I'm going to share high school results with you. So, high school piloted two programs during first semester. The first one was, this was actually the second one, but they piloted Savas during quarter two. And you can see using the same 5 rubrics that the middle school teachers used, that Savas earned a score total of 312. And then the one they piloted first quarter, TCI, earned 371. And so um, when we asked what teachers liked about TCI, what I saw overwhelmingly was universally designed features, right? And for some, that was being able to um, change reading levels in order for students to be able to access the content successfully. For other ones, it was the audio or speech features. Others, it was translation features. They liked the abundance of assessment options, formative and summative. So simple check-ins, which would fall under formative assessment, all the way to unit tests for summative, right? And then even within those assessments, the ability to for students to answer open-ended questions. They loved within program or organization, they loved how every unit followed a similar structure. And so that begins with a warm-up activity, some kind of inquiry-based activity, and then a reflection or an assessment. And then in terms of planning, they really liked the ancillary materials that came with the program, and it gave them a lot of flexibility in how they wanted to present the content. And even within that, like how they wanted to structure their classroom, right? Whether it was going to be direct instruction or collaborative grouping, but there were a lot of options in instructional planning with TCI Alive. For our students, when we asked them what features they liked best, they liked the lesson introductions. It really hooked them. They really liked the unit readings, particularly that what I saw when I was reading through their results, the reading kept them engaged. So I saw a lot of like, I didn't stop reading after the first paragraph, or I didn't get bored when I was reading this. They liked the lesson games that come within each unit, and the vocabulary cards were really helpful for them. And just diving in a little bit deeper, students really appreciated the accessibility features within the digital platform. And by that, I mean the ability to mark the text in the digital features. They liked the ability to highlight within the digital features. They liked the translation features, and then the text to speech. So overwhelmingly, they really liked the accessibility. All of that to say, we're hoping that you'll approve the high school's recommendation for TCI Alive. Thank you.
So if at this time there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Very insightful. And thank you for doing the heavy lifting to get us to this point. I'll open it up for questions. Trustee Contreras.
Yes. Thank you again for the presentation. Very helpful. Um, I wrote down two phrases that were said: supports our students and family friendly. Um, Definitely something that as a board member I'm looking for as far as what we're introducing to our students in the classroom, making sure that the students feel supported, they have the materials and the tools needed, and also that it's family friendly. I there was a lot of barriers back when I was growing up and going through school as far as um, having or asking at home, right? How do I do this, or can you help me with this type of thing? So I really appreciate that there's programs available now, and um, there's stuff that parents can go to if they have any questions, that are family friendly. And then also it helps create that family bond, right? We're doing something together at home. Um, and then also I would recommend, and I'm sure it is being done, that these programs are set up so that the pathways that the students do choose at the high school level, um, that these pathways are covered. In other words, um, I'll give you a good example with my daughter who's in college. Um, Sometimes the pathways were there, but because of choices that we could have had been made available to us um, a little bit earlier, the pathways could have maybe been a little bit more open for her to be able to take. Um, but that's just one example. So I think pathways in this sense of making sure that the students understand the pathways that are available and that we're giving them the necessary tools so that in the future, if they do decide to take a certain pathway, uh, they have taken those classes prior so that they can continue on that pathway and not have to choose another one because they weren't prepared. They weren't priorly prepared for that pathway. And I think that would have to be communication between the high school and the middle school also, right? As far as pathways and the availability. Um, what else did I have down? Oh, the use of books. Just a question. As far as use of books in the classroom and at home, are we still making that a big uh, focus as far as using the books, or is it more of a digital sense now?
It depends. It's kind of both. So we do buy a hard set that we have in class, and every student has a set that is assigned to them, whether it be digital or the hard book. So it really depends on the day, the lesson, what we're using. A lot of these materials also have interactive pieces where the students can have just consumables that they're using.
Good. Thank you so much for the presentation again. And Mr. Armstead, goes without saying, you're a very good asset, like I told you earlier, to our district, and you are going to be very well missed.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. Trustee Mejia?
Thank you, Mr. Ormseth, Ms. Pardee, Mr. Perez, Dr. Kynes, and Chavez Diaz for this presentation. I really appreciate that you're fast tracking and that you're being responsive to the teachers' needs, that they want to be trained, that it's not so stressful, like you had mentioned, and that getting that time that they need. And I really appreciate the team effort. I appreciate all the teachers that I hear. It really shows you're unified and how much you care for our students because you're doing this on your own time. So we appreciate you and we appreciate that you're doing that. Um, I submitted questions and everything was answered. Thank you so much for all the details, the clarification. I asked, are these materials culturally responsive? They are. How are we supporting our multilingual learners? And they will be supported. So all that was very important to me. So I appreciate you providing those answers. I think the only question that I have is as far as alignment with the elementary schools. I know that we have Go Math there. It's been a while, and heard some feedback that the teachers, kind of not like it. So just the alignment now that we're getting this new adoption for middle school and for the high school. Hoping to hear some information on that at a later time. But just again, thank you for the presentation. Very well done.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Trustee Saavedra?
Again, thank you guys for the remarkable job you do every time that you get everyone's input, and you did a really good job, it seems, of getting the teacher and the student input. And at the end of the day, they're the ones that are going to be working with it the most. Um, so my favorite criterion was, do you feel yourself a capable doer of math? Criterion number 3. So I love that. I don't ever want a student to say I'm not a math person, even if you're just a little bit. We can all buy into that. We are all math people because we use it every day, right? We just have to find that hook to get that student involved. On the same note, when they were talking about the social studies, where with the Savas or with the TCI, that they didn't want to stop reading, I love that. So the material is engaging, it's there. I hope that as so much as the Amplified Desmos goes with the geometry and algebra 2, that there was a need maybe for more on that end, that they can provide some sort of supplemental, work for those students that have that drive, that need that extra material. So, we can all see them on the DCAT team pretty soon, right? So, just kudos to you all for the time you put into this and for all of the backup, all of the data that goes into this, because it make it a whole lot easier to just sit here and be like, oh, well, that kind of answered that question. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. Echoing the same comments of my colleagues. For me, you're the experts, right? And we're thoughtful and inclusive of all the voices of those that it would impact to implement this. And so we're here and I just really appreciate it of all your efforts to get us to this point. So thank you very much. And thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you. And just one last time, saying thank you to all our teachers that took time out of their evening to be here and out of their normal classroom routine to pilot this work.
Yes. Thank you, teachers. Okay, moving on to item 12B, presentation of the governor's proposed budget for 2026-2027. We have Megan Bayer, School Services of California, Inc. Ms. Padilla will make the introduction.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, President Lafarga, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, community members. I'd like to introduce Megan Baer from School Services of California. Megan is here to provide some excellent insight as it relates to the governor's budget. And I'd like to give you her background. So Ms. Baer was so currently she's the Director of Government Relations at School Service of California. She brings extensive experience in legislative and public policy and legislative experience to her work. Before joining School Service of California, she led the Association of California School Administrators, but budget advocacy. She represented school leaders in Capitol Hill on key fiscal and policy issues. In addition, she spent a decade in the state legislature in senior leadership roles, including serving as a legislative director to the chair of Appropriations Committee and as the TK and higher education advisor to the Senate pro tempore. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Ms. Baer, and she will be available for your questions as well.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I believe you have a handout. Okay, great. So I will just dive right in. So starting out, thematically, this is Governor Newsom's final budget, his eighth budget. He really introduced his budget as hearkening back to all the programs that he has established, really kind of doubling down on his main priority. So, particularly when we're looking at education, that's TK. He has seen the full implementation of a whole new grade to all the schools in the state of California, expanded learning opportunities program, universal meals, and then community schools. So those are really kind of his hallmark programs. And we see him really stand by those in his final state budget. Now, one thing that we always look at school services as we're looking at the governor's budget is we do look at the program investments. We also kind of take a look at, well, what are the risks in this budget? What do school leaders need to know? And I would say too, this is really, when we see the governor's January proposal, this is really his first offer to the legislature, and it kicks off 6 months of negotiations that's going to happen. So this is kind of the starting point. Proposals will continue to evolve from here, and then we'll get updated revenue information as well. So we'll see the as the state's fiscal condition evolves, for better or worse, that'll be reflected too. So a couple pieces that, we are keeping an eye on at school services. There's a lot of concern by economists that there could be an artificial intelligence bubble that's happening right now. We have an overheated stock market potentially. So as we're making budgetary decisions, the governor adopts revenue estimates. His estimates are very high. And right now, his estimates do not plan for the AI bubble to burst. So, the state could potentially be in trouble if it is actually a bubble. Maybe it's not. Maybe it'll keep going and we won't see that issue. But that's certainly a concern that's been cited by the Legislative Analyst Office and others, that these revenues might not continue in perpetuity, right? And then, of course, we have a lot of uncertainty. A big risk to the state budget is, of course, the uncertainty at the federal level. The decisions that are being made, both on immigration and federal trade, among many others, in addition to the bill and legislation that was passed last year that's pushing a lot of costs onto states to run Medi-Cal, to run our food assistance program. So these are all pressures that's starting to pressurize the state budget and create a lot of challenges for lawmakers. So turning to education, the governor really does stick by his notable programs. He proposes putting 70% of his spending into core instruction and the enrichment programs that he's invested in. Yes, sir.
I'm very sorry. I know you're not
Yes.
keeping up with what's on there. Can you just tell us what page you're on? Is this slide number 3?
Yes, this is
Okay.
slide number 3.
Okay, thank you. If you can just keep up with us, and we have it here, but
Yes.
just
Do you want me to tell you when I flip? Would that help?
yeah,
Okay.
just slide
Yes.
3 or slide 4,
Absolutely.
and I apologize for the
No,
correction.
that's okay. Don't worry. I'm glad you said something. Thank you. So, so on slide 3, looking at Prop 98, the governor, again, he's really staying consistent, staying the course, and then he's really refilling that rainy day fund. So we're seeing pretty significant deposits into that fund. One piece that we are disappointed to see in this budget is he is proposing to underfund education and the Prop 98 guarantee. I'll go a little bit more into detail that in the future slides, but this is same play as last year. Last year, he withheld about $2 billion. This year, that's ballooned to $5.6 billion. So significantly larger, unfortunately. Moving on to slide number 4. So the 26-27 minimum guarantee. And when we talk about the Proposition 98 guarantee, we are talking about Proposition 98. Think of it as the formula that spits out the number that education we are owed in the state budget. So it really dictates the amount of revenue that both TK-12 schools and community colleges are going to see. We're, of course, focused on TK-12 here, but it does include community colleges as well. So you can see the 26-27 guarantee, the governor is estimating it to be at approximately $125 billion. We gave you on this slide, I gave you 2 bars though. So you can see the governor's budget, he thinks the guarantee is going to be at $125 billion. The Legislative Analyst's Office, which is the body that advises the legislature, they're a nonpartisan fiscal advisor, they actually think that the governor's revenue estimates are very rosy. So they're estimating the guarantee is significantly lower. So when we think about risk, this is kind of what we're looking at, right? Other analysts are saying these revenues look very, very high. And you can see the governor's personal income taxes alone are $17 billion higher than the LAOs. So, I mean, only time's going to tell here, right? But there's certainly, it's certainly notable, the differences. Okay, moving on to the next slide, slide 5. So talked a little bit about the governor's withholding. So the governor's calling his underfunding of the Prop 98 guarantee, he's calling it his settle-up proposal. He's proposing to withhold money. Now, historically, when Prop 98 is underfunded, the Constitution actually requires a suspension has to occur. When a suspension occurs, whatever the difference is, whatever was underfunded is called maintenance factor. And you can see on your slides, the chart there, it kind of tells us the difference between maintenance factor and settle up. And this is important because maintenance factor, it guarantees education is going to get paid back on a set schedule, and the funds are also going to be adjusted for inflation. Settle up, there's no set schedule of when education is going to get repaid, and it's not inflation adjusted. So you can kind of see here, right? The settle-up proposal is not as favorable to school districts, right? And if they don't pay us back, we don't know when the state's going to propose to pay us back. If we head into a recession, there's a risk that what if they withhold those dollars longer? So that's why there's so much concern about this proposal. If education is going to be underfunded, the traditional mechanism to do that would be through a suspension. And while we never want to see education underfunded, we do like when it's certain how it's going to be repaid to us, right? And to know that it's going to be inflation adjusted, those dollars aren't going to lose buying power. We're going to get them back. Moving to slide 6. Okay, so diving into the impact of this settle up proposal that the governor has. So The governor is proposing to withhold $5.5 billion. Now, to make that tangible in the local context, should if the governor were to appropriate it and the money went out on a per ADA basis, that's approximately $909 per ADA. It's very significant. Now, we don't know how the governor would appropriate it, right? They could appropriate it in a variety of different ways, but just to give you a sense of the magnitude of how much money that could be, we'll talk about the discretionary block grant later. You'll see the per pupil amounts for that. So this is a substantial amount of money, particularly at a time when districts have a lot of challenges coming their way. So a lot of concern from school services on this point. Okay, so turning to slide 7. We talked about risks to the overall budget. We also like to think about what are the risks to local budgets, to your budgets and Prop 98. So some of these risks you're very familiar with. Declining enrollment, it's a persistent challenge. It's forecasted to continue for the next 10 years at least. So we know it's chronic. It's not going to go away anytime soon. Many districts are deficit spending, and when combined with declining enrollment, this can create a real fiscal challenges for districts. And then, of course, the settle-up proposal. We have a lot of concern. This is now the second year. We're seeing the governor underfund education. What does this look like and we're not in a recession right now either, right? The economy is actually growing. So why is he doing this in these times? What happens when we get to an actual recession? These things are cyclical. So it's very concerning, particularly because it's not inflation adjusted and we don't have those guarantees when the money will come back. Okay, moving to slide 8. So kind of changing gears a little bit to talk about a few of the major proposals in the governor's budget. So for core education funding, the governor is estimating a 2.41% COLA, and he's providing that to the local control funding formula, as well as these categorical programs, so special ed, nutrition. The one note I would just have on this is COLA is calculated based on 6 data points. We have, 8 data points. We have 6 of those 8 data points. Today, with those 6 points, it calculates at 2.41. So if the economy continues performing like it has been, we would expect this number to tick a little bit. This is probably on the low end, depending how the economy behaves. Moving to the next slide. So the governor is providing COLA to the LCFF equity multiplier. Because of the kind of data that's used to determine which schools get this funding, CDE doesn't publish it till February, but we did want to provide you some estimates. So we do estimate that in this current year, we're going to see 982 schools. So we think there's going to be a drop. And then we do estimate a per pupil rate of just over $1,100. So we expect that per pupil rate to go up. And again, we'll have final numbers from CDE come February. Moving on to slide 10. A bright spot in the governor's budget is some of the investments that he's making in special education this year. So you can see each of these pots of funding he's proposing to get COLA. In addition, the governor is proposing a significant increase to the AB 602 formula, which is our special ed formula, to increase base rates in the per ADA amount, raising it all the way up to $999. Put it in perspective, moving to the next slide, 11. You can see here, so for a long time, there have been efforts to equalize special education funding rates. The AB 602 formula initially imposed differential rates, so different districts were being funded at a different per ADA rate. And over Governor Newsom's tenure, you got to hand it to him. He has consistently invested in equalizing those rates. And so it's kind of crazy to look at 1920, how low the rates were and how far we've come. And if this proposal is adopted, we will have equalized special ed rates statewide, and it'll bring it to $999. So it's an advocacy goal that many have had and worked hard on for a very long time. So it will be quite significant if this is included in the final budget. Okay, moving to slide 12. So another major proposal from the governor, he is proposing to provide another discretionary block grant. This block grant is proposed to be fully discretionary, although just like last year's block grant, he is highlighting key statewide priorities for his administration. So you'll see some of these called out there a lot about professional development, recruitment and retention, but it is fully discretionary. We right now are estimating that if it goes out on a per ADA basis, like it did last year, that it would be a little over $512 per ADA. I will say there was pressure last year to put it out on different kinds of formulas. So, that probably stay tuned for that. We don't quite know what the formula will be yet, but okay. Moving to slide 13, another block grant. So the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. So this is that grant that the governor funded a few years back and then they cut it. Then last year he gave you some of the money back. Well, he is proposing to fully repay that cut in this year's budget, providing more than $750 million to do so. That would repay the total amount that he initially had to cut, I want to say in 2023. So a couple things to note here. The spending allowable uses are all the same as last year. Same rules apply. So, last year we saw new requirements be imposed and needs assessment have to be included in your LCAP. Those pieces still stay the same. The allocation method is still the same. So we do estimate it's about 228 per ADA. This is based on your 21-22 UPP. And then another piece that is important to note too, that the spending timeline has not been extended. So if this goes forward as is, you will have until 27-28 to spend these funds. So relatively quickly. Moving to the next slide. One of the most notable investments in this budget is in community schools. So the governor is proposing to provide $1 billion on an ongoing basis to support community schools. So in the past, he has provided one-time funding, put out grants. One of the things that has been universal in the field is we need ongoing money to sustain this work. So he is proposing to put a very significant amount of ongoing money. We don't have all the details yet on what exactly it will look like, but he has said that the money will be to support existing grantees to continue their work and also to expand into new schools. Moving on to slide 15. So this is kind of a grab bag of other significant notable investments that the governor is making. So he's providing $100 million for college and career pathways, including dual enrollment. He's also providing another round of funding to support the implementation of the reading difficulty screener. So it's another $40 million investment. It sounds like it's going to be for the same purposes and allocation method as last year, but we don't know that for certain yet, but that's what it seems like. He is also providing $250 million to fund teacher residency grants once again. So he's previously invested in that. And then just one other piece I would note on this slide is that there's no changes to the home to school transportation program, but costs are actually outpacing estimates. And so you'll see he's having to invest significantly more money to maintain that 60% reimbursement rate. So just wanted to note that as well. Okay, where do we go from here? So slide 16. So this is kind of just to map out what that schedule looks like and when you can expect a final state budget. So right now, I think today the legislature held their very first hearings reviewing the governor's budget. They will start critiquing and introducing their own priorities, as well as advocacy groups will be doing the same, introducing their own priorities as well. And there'll be negotiations with the legislature into May and June, racing towards June signing and final adoption. So it'll move pretty fast and furious here for the next couple of months. And then moving to slide 17. So kind of our next big markers is the first week of February, we will see what the governor's trailer bill language, which essentially is like the details of the proposal. So it's the actual law changes so that we can see like, what are those program requirements for community schools? What are all the, you all know very well the details really matter. So we'll actually get to take a look at those details and see what exactly he's proposing. So, and then at the May revision, that's the next big checkpoint. The governor will update his revenue estimates. We'll have more tax data. We'll have April tax data. So he'll update his revenue estimates. We'll see if he's closer to, the right numbers, or if the LEO is closer to the right numbers, the lower revenue estimates. And then that's a time we also see him make quite a few changes to his proposals. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have or talk about any items that I didn't include. There are many items, so don't want to keep you here all night.
No, thank you very much for the detailed and comprehensive presentation. Really gives us a lot of food for thought as we move forward. I'd like to open it up for questions to our board. I'll start with Trustee Mejia.
Thank you for the presentation. So we've been hearing a lot that the school districts are going to get so much money. There's going to be so funded. But what we're not hearing is school districts are, experiencing chronic absenteeism, benefits costs are high. So you're getting hit a lot of ways, but you're getting a lot of that spotlight saying they're getting a lot of money. What are you going to do with all that money? Schools have a lot of needs, so we definitely, as a board, will continue to advocate for no maneuvers on Prop 98. That's something that the Constitution guarantees, not the floor. I mean, it's the floor, not the ceiling. So yeah, definitely, we need to advocate so that there's no maneuvers again. He did create kind of a precedent already, but we need to push back on that because we really need to protect our funding and protect our students in that same fashion. I think that's the only question I had, and is regarding the reserve. Is there a cap? If you could elaborate on that.
Yes, I'd be happy to. So there's different requirements when payments need to be made to the reserve. Like everything, there's a formula. So there are increased deposits that are happening, and it will trigger the reserve cap. So it's triggering the reserve cap in 25-26 and 26-27, but don't freak out about 25-26 yet. So the reserve cap's only operative for your budget adoption and the 45-day revision window. Those windows have passed. So 25-20, you might hear some chatter about it, but those windows have passed. So we're not worried about for 25-26. For 26-27, if the governor's revenue estimates hold, then yes, the reserve cap will be operative.
Got it. Thank
Yep.
you. And again, thank you for the presentation, Ms. Padilla. Thank you for having this made available to us and our community, because it's important for our community to know where the budget's going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Saavedra?
If nothing else, I am hopeful, and I really hope that the governor does what he needs to do, and that is, like she said, the 98%. It's now I'm gonna say it too. It's not the ceiling, it's a floor. And we need to advocate for our students. I hope that they can make that historic push for the ADA, for the special ed. As a parent of a special needs child, like I see all of our kids need help, and I'm glad that this budget is introducing and encompassing other items such as the CTE and the pathway, because our students need it. Our holistic approach, the community of schools, funding for, educator housing, like all of this kind of describes and puts us where we are. El Rancho is just a community, right? So I look forward to continue to advocate with my fellow trustees here, and hopefully we can get all of our goals passed. And thank you for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. Trustee Contreras?
Ms. Bayer, thank you again, yes, for the presentation. It kind of opened our eyes to a lot. There's a lot going on. From here to May, we're going to find out a lot more, right? And yes, I know the governor is relying a lot on artificial intelligence in the whole sector to bring in a lot of revenue. And hopefully that is the case, right? But we do remain cautiously optimistic on what's going on. And I know we have the support from our staff, our superintendent, to make sure that our district goes in the right way. And this information helps tremendously. So thank you for the information.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. Echoing the same sentiments. It's actually a lot to digest, but I think moving forward, we need to stay on top of how this is playing out, and the advocacy points that we can insert ourselves in to ensure that the funding is protected for us and for the schools and our students. So yes, absolutely. Just really appreciate you coming today and sharing this
Yeah.
very important information.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, item 12C, a presentation of the El Rancho Unified School District's annual report of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee by Mr. Ken Cook, Citizens Bond Oversight Committee Acting Chairperson.
Good evening again. I'd like to introduce Mr. Ken Cook. He is the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee Chairperson, and he is providing, in his role, outline in Education Code 15278 that provides to the community that the bond funds are properly utilized. So with that, I will click for him as he speaks.
And I promise Mr. Matthews 55 minutes or less. Now I'm going to be concise here. First off, so what is the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee? For the members of the community that kind of want to have an idea, we're basically a third watchdog group. We have the Board of Education protecting our children. We have the administrative group over here trying to fight for our children. And then we're kind of the checks and balances. Are both sides doing everything that they're supposed to be doing? So I'm pleased to report I've seen nothing but great things from everybody. So thank you for that. Okay, we have the agenda. Do we have the actual presentation? No, good news. I'm going to summarize this because this is all old information. So it's just a simple review for you guys. Measure EE history. November 2nd, 2010, we voted for $52 million of GO bonds. Okay. Um, and there's a big breakdown. We could spend all night looking at the breakdown. You guys have seen it before. Um, long story short, not all the bonds have been used, but we are definitely getting there. But we want to really talk about Measure ER, which is on page 5. Okay, Measure ER is the big one. As you guys know, there's a lot happening in our community. The pool, gorgeous. The football field, I mean, I'm excited as a parent because I've got a 10-year-old. He's going to be playing football. And I've got a 13-year-old. He is like totally into STEAM and totally into robotics. And so, like, for me, and I always wanted to take them to my district. You guys know that. I think they're kind of where they belong. I really believe that. And I'm proud to say that as someone that wanted to take my children over there. We'll just leave it at that, right? But I think they're in the right spot. You know, El Rancho is the place for my sons. And I'm really proud to say that. And I'm really happy to report that. What you guys are doing is phenomenal. So $200 million was the issuance, and that was back in 2016. So almost a decade ago, you guys. That's a long time. Long story short, some money has been spent, some money has not. Key Analytics, correct? They've been doing all the presentations to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. You know, we typically meet about 3 times a year. We try to meet 4 times, but getting a quorum sometimes it's challenging. Sometimes, especially during the summer. You know, they expressed all the different by site, the different projects that have been going on. The big one, you know, in addition to everybody talks about the stadiums, but there's some really important things happening. For example, at the schools, the locker rooms. Call me crazy, but I don't want my son cutting his leg on a rusty locker. You know, I want, you know, not only are they locker rooms, but they are instructional spaces. When I was a kid, when it was rainy day, yay, we don't have to go play. I mean, that was just kind of how it was. It was free day when I was a kid. And you look forward to it. My son's like, no, we do push-ups now inside the, you know, and we got the TVs going, and he's got the sound system on, and so I mean, PE doesn't stop anymore, which I think is really cool. You know, you guys have figured out a solution to basically every problem that exists. And it was a site by site. I had some questions, and there were equity issues because of the way the dollars were allocated. But it was explained. No, this is just kind of a blanket, and the numbers are here, and it all made sense. Obviously, some projects are going to be more expensive than others because it's just like a house. You know, some have a really solid foundation, some have termites, some have fire damage, etc. We learned about the kitchen and what a nightmare that is. You know, I can tell you right now, my auto shop backs up to our culinary kitchen, so I know all about the challenges they face with the overhead stuff because we had to be in compliance with that. I'm proud to report not only are our schools looking great, they're actually in compliance with state and federal laws. Okay, so our children are going to get a better learning facility, but more importantly, a safer learning facility. That's something I'm also really proud to report. Shade structures. The list goes on and on. I could talk all night, and I know Mr. Matthews wants to hear my voice, but I'm gonna have to limit it. And then all right. So our activities, were August 1st of 2024, November 7th. I feel like this kind of needs to be in the minutes. November 7th of 2024, February 27th of the same year, and April 23rd. Um, so during those meetings, we learned all about the Brown Act. We learned all, I mean, there's a lot of training that was involved. It's not just you show up and, you start making decisions and you start having input. Like there really was a lot of intentionality put into number one, the committee members, but number two, what our roles are, how to execute our roles, and how to do it with fidelity. So, kudos to everybody that was involved, especially this lady right here. I mean, like really, like every question I've ever had. I had a question about the flags over the pool. I know it sounds really random. That's just how I am. They're markers for the swimmers because I'm assuming like the breaststroke or whatever, they're upside down. I'm halfway there, right? Yay. So I'm learning as I go. And then, I would normally be mad about being the last presenter, but there's a lot of good information put out tonight. As a teacher, like I actually know about our budget now. I can go back and actually sound smart tomorrow when I get to my meeting. So I'm pretty excited about that. You saved the best for last. So in conclusion, and I'm going to read this word for word because this is a legal requirement. On behalf of the Measure EE and Measure ER Citizens Oversight Committee, I, Kenneth Cook, chair of this organization, am pleased to accept this report as confirmation that the district is compliant with Article, I'm not going to try to read that with my eyes, Section 1B3 of the California Constitution, and current projects are authorized under Measures EE and ER. I want to express a huge thank you to everybody that's in this room. It's a late night. I know it's going to get later, but do you guys have any questions? I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. That was record time. So I think
I'm sorry, Mr. Matthews. I know you're hoping for longer, but I'm like really hungry.
He'll miss
So
you. He'll miss you. Okay. I'll open it up for discussion or questions from the board. Trustee Contreras.
Mr. Cook, first of all, thank you for the presentation. My rainy days at Burke were filled with locker room volleyball, where we would play volleyball over the lockers themselves, and they were awesome days, awesome memories. So thank you for bringing those memories back to me. Shout out to Mr. Fielder, obviously. Um, Thank you. It gives me great comfort knowing that you're part of the CBOC committee. Being a former member myself, Trustee Mejia. Um, I know what it entails, and having someone like you on the CBOC committee, making sure that we're doing what we say we're doing, and make sure all those checks and balances are there, along with Gio, Miss Padilla, you're doing a great job. It really brings great comfort knowing that. So thank you for what you're doing. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. Trustee Saavedra.
I'll also be brief. Thank you very much to all of you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Trustee Mejia.
Just want to express my gratitude for a very concise presentation, but also just for your time. I know that you're a very involved parent and that you care, and just I can hear your passion. So that it's very important, and I'm very glad that you're on the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Echoing the same thing, your volunteerism on this committee has served us well, and meeting our obligations and staying compliant is of the utmost important, and you led the charge. I do know that we need more members to join the committee, so whatever we can do to recruit and get more community folks engaged, let us know.
it's funny because someone asked me, why do you want to join this committee? I actually don't. Unfortunately, I just know that I'm qualified. It's the truth, and call me crazy, but they're my dollars, and I want to make sure they're going toward my kids and the kids of this community. They're not going somewhere else. I mean, I treat those dollars like they're coming out of my wallet. And so, for me, it's personal. It really is. I'm gonna be terming out next year. I probably will not miss it. That's the truth. But I'll be moving on to something bigger and better, hopefully. We'll see. But long story short, you guys are an amazing district, and you know what I would tell you if you weren't. You guys know that. I mean, like I'm not a fan of always being, so happy. Sometimes I am critical. That's the reality, right? I mean, our students do need advocates. They do need people fighting for them. But like right now, everything is just going exceptionally well, and I couldn't be prouder to be a parent of this district. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Appreciate you. That was yeah. But that was not our last presentation, right? We have one more. Um, very second best. Item 12D, presentation of LPAC results.
Well, good evening. I'm proud to introduce Yvette Carrera. She's our English language TOSA, and it's her leadership and support with our teachers and students to provide the best practices for our English learners. And she's going to share with you information regarding our LPAC and the results of our students.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come today to talk about the LPAC and our English learners. I believe everyone has the presentation, right? I do not. Oh, okay. There it is. Perfect. All right. So I think I'd like to start first by explaining how students are identified and why it is that they take the LPAC. So in accordance with California law, when a student enrolls for the first time in a California public school, they need to fill out what we call a home language survey. Based on the home language survey, if the parent indicates that the student in the first three questions had a language other than English, they're flagged to be administered the initial LPAC. Okay. Once they're administered the initial LPAC, the students can be identified in one of two ways. So they can either be what we call an IFEP, which means that they demonstrated initial English fluent proficiency, and the state feels comfortable with saying they're good, we don't need to give them support services, right? And then the other alternative would obviously be they're identified as English learners. Once the student is identified as an English learner, then the state of California with Ed Code and Civil Code requires that we properly service the students, right? So we offer that through our ELD. We have integrated and designated ELD that is offered to our students within the context of different options programs that we have at our district. Currently, we have three, right? The first two are English immersion programs. The first one is obviously everything is done in English, but the first option would then provide, with the parents' consent, primary language support. The second one is exactly the same, but without that language support. And then our third option would be our dual immersion programs. Okay. So with that, the student and the state then says, okay, well, how are we going to monitor how these kids are progressing in their English proficiency acquisition? And that's where the LPAC comes in. It's the first measure that we look at when we reclassify. So every spring, the student there going forward is administered the summative LPAC until they meet the requirements for reclassification. Okay, so that's kind of the role of the LPAC. All right, so the LPAC currently is administered through 7 grade spans. So we have kindergarten, first grade, second grade, and then we lump together 3rd through 5th, 6th through 8th, 9th through 10th, and 11th through 12th. Okay, and then within those grade spans, we administer 4 domains. 2 of those domains are what we call receptive because the student is receiving information. So that would be the listening and the reading. And then we have 2 that are expressive, which is the speaking and the writing. Okay. Then within those domains, we have what we call task types. Okay. Those are directly related to the ELD standards, right? And so what we do with these task types is measure those standards through different means, right? So within each domain, students will, depending upon their grade level, complete these task types, right? So for example, in listening, our K through 12 kids are going to listen to a short exchange. However, only our K through 5 students are going to be listening to a short story, whereas our older children are going to be listening to the exchange of an opinion. Okay, so they measure kind of throughout. Also, we do see some standards that kind of go through all domains, right? Particularly like expressing an opinion. Now, with the administration of these tests, there comes different protocols. So, for example, all students K through 12 are administered the speaking domain one-on-one. Then for our K through 2nd, the listening, reading, and writing are given one-on-one. And then for our 3rd through 12th, those other 3 domains can be given in a group setting. Okay. All right. So now I'd like to look at what our LPAC results, and I'm going to be using two resources to kind of look at our data today. The first one is DataQuest, which is available through the CDE, and it kind of gives us a snapshot of how our kids did in terms of the LPAC levels, right? So if we look at, for example, the year 2023-24 in comparison to the state and our district, the state had a 14.63% that demonstrated proficiency. We were slightly below that. We were a little bit less than 1% that year. We scored at a 13.43. I'm very happy to say that this last year, the state did show an improvement. They had a little bit of a growth, but our district went above what the state did and actually increased our performance by a little over 3%. So really, really proud of our students for doing that. All right, then if we want to take just a little bit of a deeper dive, DataQuest does offer us the opportunity to look at and compare particular grade levels, right? So we'll see that there are some grade levels that improved and there are some grade levels that dipped, right? So we kind of look at the reasons why. For example, kindergarten, with the introduction of AB 2268. Previous to that, our TK students and our kindergarten students had to take the same initial LPAC, but the state realized that that wasn't quite age appropriate for our little guys. So they said, okay, we can identify them as multilingual learners, but the test won't be administered to them until kindergarten. So it gave them the grace of a little bit of a year, right? So we sometimes see that. So we just kind of take a little glance at how our students performed. We did have some dips. Some of this might have been impacted also because we did have a high percentage of newcomers last year, particularly at our high school level. We had almost 22% of our newcomers were directly coming from the El Rancho. All right. So that's just kind of a look at how we did. We did take a dip in 9th grade, but again, that might have been due to those newcomers. Okay, the second piece of data that I want to look at now is coming from the dashboard. Okay, this is kind of I like to look at as the glass half full measure. So when we look at language acquisition, there are several studies that say it takes an average of about 6 to 7 years for a student to acquire the language, right? However, our LPAC is only measured with 4 levels, right? We have the 1, the 2, the 3, and the 4. So what the dashboard did is they introduced what we call the ELPI, the English Learner Progress Indicator. And what they did is they said, okay, we're going to take those levels, but now we're going to look at them as level 1, and then you could have a level 2 low, a level 2 high, a level 3 low, a level 3 high, and then a 4. And one of the advantages of this is showing how our kids might have made progress. So they might have made a 2 year 1, and then again gotten a 2 in year 2. However, they might have gone from a low to a high, right? So it acknowledges that level of growth. Okay. All right. And then the way they measure it is they take the current year's status, and then they look at the prior year's status, and then the difference between the two becomes the change. And then with the change is where we get our colors. Okay. All right. And then I'm not going to show it now, but in the links, there's a little bit more detail if you'd like to look at that. So looking at our kiddos, overall, one of the other advantages of the dashboard is that it also breaks our data down in terms of our long term. Now, the only caveat is that we have 2 different definitions for long-term English learners currently. We have the CDE definition, which continues to be students that have been in the program for 6 years or more. However, for the dashboard, that cutoff is 7 years. So we kind of keep that in mind. So overall, this last year, our students are now in the green. So we see that they made progress, 51.7%, which in actuality, if we look at, and we'll look at that in just a moment. And then our long-term English learners, which was one of our LCAP goals, also made an increase. So we're really happy about that. And then if we look at our data, we can actually look at it across the board to see if the things that we're doing are working or what are some of the areas of improvement, right? So we did have, as we can see, improvement. If we're looking at it in terms of they maintained or went above, last year we had like an 80%, and this year we went up to 85, a little bit over 85%. So a lot of growth. And then, of course, this has a direct impact on our reclassification, right? So last year, in a nutshell, we were at about 15.5%. And this year, last year, we were then up to 17.4%. And that's really impressive because the state also came back in September of last year, and Mr. Cochran and I have gone through this at length. And before, we were able to use alternative criteria to reclassify our students that were dually identified. In September of last year, the state came back and said, no, all students, regardless of whether they're dually identified or not, must score a 4 on the LPAC. So that has had an impact. We've really tried to do our best to discuss accessibility resources that are available to our students and make sure that we're doing that to try to have an equitable lens for those students. So that's my presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Yes, we're going to open it up to the board for
Okay.
questions. Start with Trustee Saavedra.
I don't have any questions at this time. I've been reading over a lot of the website, the data search, and it's just amazing the information that you get on there. And you can see from year to year and compare districts and compare socioeconomical status, disabled students.
Yes.
And you can see really where the separations are and stuff. So right now I'm still digesting a lot of this information. As you can see, it just very exciting to me that the comparison and the contrast between schools individually and districts as wholes.
Mhm.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Mejia.
Thank you for the presentation and the explanation on everything. Like Trustee Saavedra said, a lot of information, a lot of data, which is great. I love data. As far as South Ranchito, they have the most English learners, right?
Yes.
44%. I like that too, that it basically came down.
Mhm.
They're using the 90-10 model. Is there any correlation on how they're testing also because of that?
In terms of whether they're for
Yeah.
ELs. So I will let you know that they had a really huge improvement last year in terms of their growth, which is why I like to look at the dashboard, because sometimes when we walk into DataQuest, we just see that one area and we don't really see that growth that is going on, right? So there's that. I think the other thing that was very advantageous is that the teachers at South Ranchito chose to test their own kids last year. And so as one teacher shared, the student was comfortable enough. So we're constantly encouraging them to take notes. We're going through strategies that we can do whenever we're tackling something, right? And so she was explaining to me how one student took notes and then she was going to start questioning. And the little girl said, give me just a moment so I can read my notes, right? So that level of comfort to be able to say that, because testing is, for some students brings a lot of anxiety, right? So it's kind of a hard way to see a true measure of their progress. But I do feel that made a huge improvement. And the other thing is that children naturally at the beginning, when they're doing 2 languages, do struggle, but we do see in the long run that benefit.
Got it. And so when you mentioned that the teachers are testing them, is that not the case all the time?
Yes, so it depends on the school site. We have a district team that can go out and assist with with assessment, and then there's some school sites that choose to do their own assessments
Or a hybrid. Of both
or a
teachers
hybrid.
and the-
Yeah, where they're doing both.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you very much. Trustee Contreras?
On that same topic, do the parents have any input, or do they have can they request that the student be tested out, or a board be because I'm gonna tell you why. My oldest, we for some reason answered the questionnaire. He was placed as an English learner when we spoke English at home, although we did integrate Spanish, which is the reason why he ended up in there. And it was extremely hard for my wife to get him out. It was really hard for him. He had to basically test out, like you said. Well, testing is very hard for him.
Yes.
So in that sense, we're kind of are we doing a service for the students, or is this causing a disservice for the student? Is what I'm asking.
So that's a great question, and it's one that we get very often, right? Um, so parents do have the right to opt out of ELD services. So they can come in, and we have a protocol for that. They need to make an appointment with our office where we sit down because they're forfeiting a legal right, right? Because it is in accordance with Ed Code and Civil Code that we need to provide these services. So they do have that option where we go through everything and we say, this is what we do to help your student. But you do have the ultimate last word to say, I don't want the services. However, the caveat is the state mandates that we give them the LPAC. So they're not able to exit their ELAS status as an English learner until they meet reclassification. However, they do have the option to, you know,
They still have to take the test.
yes, they still have to take the test.
So they considered English learners. So.
Correct. Yeah, no, they're still considered English learners. They maintain their ELAS status. But they do have the right to say, but I don't want services. So we do have
Like
not to
classes or whatnot, but then they won't get the support to pass this because it is difficult. And some of the questions they ask are like, I sometimes think some of our English only students would not be able to pass the LPAC because it is quite challenging.
Fortunately, we were able to bypass that hurdle, but unfortunately, I just want to make sure that we're not causing a disservice to our families
Once
in
they
the
mark
district.
that on the parent, like on the home survey, they're considered ELs. And we can't say, oh, let me fill out another one. We can't do that.
Yes. So the law is very strict about how we identify students and then how we provide services for those students. The home language survey should only be given once in a student's California educational career. So they might start out in California, move to Texas, come back. That original
Yes.
remains so.
So as a district, what I would recommend maybe is to um, give additional information prior to being filling out these forms, because had we been better informed by the district, maybe we would have filled out these forms differently. Yes, we do speak Spanish at home, but English is our first language, and then we wouldn't have fallen into this. And I don't want to say it was a trap or whatnot, but had we been better educated as a family, and I put the blame on myself, we maybe wouldn't have taken that path, and my son wouldn't have not had to have gone through what he had to go through.
And unfortunately, that's kind of
A gray area.
yes, because technically the school's not able to coach.
And I'm not saying coach, I'm just saying inform our families, better inform our families of what this entails.
Yes, and so our home language survey does contain some language regarding, this is to see if your child's going to qualify for services for English learners or English language support. And then we do have it in English and Spanish, but our hands are a little tied in terms of what the state requires of the protocols that we follow.
Sure.
However, we did establish one of those reasons that one of the protocols is that the home language survey must be filled in the office when they're doing registration. So it's not part of the online registration packet. And it must be done with someone who's been trained on what the home language survey consists of so that we can kind of inform
I
them.
think there's where the opportunity is at, and maybe we might be missing the opportunity by the type of information that we're giving the parent at that point in time. So maybe that's our opportunity to go back and look to see what other information we can give prior to the parent filling out
Yes,
these forms.
and that's why we set up that protocol to help assist with that within the parameters of what we're allowed.
Thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
again.
Yes.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. I'm glad you mentioned that because we experienced that with my oldest,
Yes.
but we were able to resolve it a lot quickly. But in terms of informing parents, uh, in a different way, I guess. I don't know.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's why we set up that protocol where they have to come in person
Yeah.
to do it, as opposed to it just being another form
Yeah.
in the registration pack. So right at the beginning of school and right at the tail end of school, we bring in the clerical staff for training specifically on that. So they get it at the very end.
Yes.
So if anybody's doing it in the summer for registration, and then we also give a training at the beginning of the year with the same goal in mind.
Very well, Kirk. Thank you so much.
Okay.
And thank you, Justin, overall for the presentation. The way you explained it, you're a teacher. I mean, it's like you were it just made a lot of perfect sense.
Kindergarten.
Perfect sense.
Thank you
so much. Okay, we are moving on to item 13A, public hearing. It is now 8:53. At this time, we are going to move to the public hearing regarding El Rancho Federation of Teachers proposed items, negotiations with the El Rancho Unified School District for the 2025-2026 school year. I declare this public hearing open. Do we have any reports or comments from staff?
We do not.
Is there anyone that would like to provide public comment on this item? Hearing none. Do any of the board members have any comments at this time?
None at this time.
Okay, it is now 8:53. The public hearing is now closed. Item 13B. It is now 8:54. At this time, we are going to move to the public hearing regarding the California School Employees Association proposed items for negotiations with the El Rancho Unified School District for the 2025-2026 school year. I declare this public hearing open. Do we have any reports or comments from staff?
No comments.
Is there anyone here for public comments on this item? Hearing none. Do any of the board members have any comments regarding these?
None at this time.
Okay, thank you. It is now 8:54. The public hearing is now closed. Moving forward to item 14A, discussion on bonds, funds, overview, and long-term planning considerations.
Do you want me to intro?
Yeah.
So this discussion item is to provide an overview of bond funds and long-term planning considerations following two board presentations, including the most recent presentation in December. That one was focused on facility needs. This discussion continues the board's examination of the district's current and projected facility needs and explores potential financial options available to address those needs over the long term. And Jill will introduce our speakers today.
So we do have a guest, Mr. Mark Farrell, Senior Financial Advisor for Dale Scott Company. He is basically our financial bond consultant, and he is here to assist in the conversation. Very briefly, as background, we had two special board meetings in July and December where we discussed the remaining bonds and alternatives to provide additional funding in the future so that we can continue with the momentum of the progress that we're making throughout our district with our bond funds. And in July, I had the privilege of presenting to you some of the needs, which was back then approximately $25 million that we currently do not have sufficient funding for under the current bond issuances. So the board had requested this discussion item, and for that reason, we invited Mr. Mark Farrell to be here to help guide your discussion. Okay. And with that, I'd like to introduce Mark Farrell.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. So the kind of presentation that we kind of went over last in December showed a couple different options for placing a general obligation bond on the ballot if that is something that the board was inclined to do, ranging from just reauthorizing the Measure EE bonds that would allow the board access to that $35 million, or potentially leaving Measure E alone and placing a new Prop 39 bond on the ballot. From a timing perspective, I would say June is getting very tight. November 26th would be a much better option. One of the things that is not required, but typically what a school district will do if they're considering placing a bond on the ballot will be to conduct a voter opinion survey to see what the voters in the community would be interested and willing to support in terms of the size of a bond, the potential projects that they would support, and all of those types of questions and information that would help the board kind of make a decision on, is 26 the right time? What are the projects we might want to include? Or no, you know what, we really need to do some more work with the community and wait until 2028 before placing a bond on the ballot. So kind of a very high level, those were kind of the financial options that we were discussing. And then the kind of the key next step, if the board wanted to, would be to move forward with the survey.
Questions from the board? Mr. Farrell, always very good to see you. I think for me, it gives us a sense of comfort of where our bonds are at and where we are, where we can be moving forward. And you have led us in the right direction since you've been with us. And I put a lot of trust in what your recommendations are. I believe as of the December presentation, the recommendation was to take it to a vote with one of the higher ones, specifically because this is going to be a high voter turnout year, if I recall correctly.
Yes, with a gubernatorial election, it'll be a little bit lower than the presidential, but with a non-incumbent governor, it should be a pretty high turnout election. So I think, yes, still a good opportunity. And then I think, potentially looking at the district's overall needs, kind of the potential to add just a new Prop 39 bond would give you a lot of flexibility. The balance of Measure ER, the balance of Measure EE, and potentially these new bond dollars to really kind of continue the bond program that really has gotten a lot of progress over the last several years.
So we as a board, I think I can speak from, we believe that transparency is very important. The voter survey, opinion survey, how is it usually administered, and how what type of feedback do you usually get? I mean, do we get a good response from your experience on previous surveys?
Yeah, so I mean, surveys have gotten a little bit more challenging, right, with everyone having caller ID and those types of things. But the survey methodology collection has changed. So typically, we would draft the survey, and then we work with a firm that specializes in collecting the data. So they have call centers, data centers that call landlines, they call cell phones, they send emails and text messages to your email address or your phone number, whatever you placed, in the voter, when you register to vote, what you fill out. And so typically, the goal is to get somewhere, 300 to 400 responses. At 400 responses, you get down to about a 5% margin of error. So that's kind of the goal. But at some point, the cost just becomes too high. You're having to make more phone calls, send out more emails. And so the firm we work with really looks at, your voter demographics, how many phone numbers are on the file, and they come up with a realistic target of here's exactly what we think we can get at a reasonable cost. It still is, I would say, the best way to get any, statistically valid data, right? I mean, obviously, you hear things from the community, but it's a small group of folks that come to the board meetings, right, and talk about what they want. So this actually goes out to all voters. So it's not just talking to parents, it's talking to all voters. Typically what we find is less than half of voters have actually had children go through the school system. So you're getting that voter perspective. And it really does, we find, by and large, the actual vote typically falls within the margin of error. So there are outliers, or if something happens, because the survey is a point in time. So if something odd happens, say COVID hits in before the March of 2020 election, or if you end up having, opposition, like funded opposition, very vocal opposition, that can really affect the response, or the actual turnout, or the actual yes vote compared to the survey uh, indications. But by and large, we do find that the surveys are still accurate. Just a little bit harder to collect all the data than it used to be.
So being that we're in already in going into February, as far as the time frame, do we still have time to conduct such a survey and get the on the ballot, get this on the ballot?
Yes, if the board gave direction to move forward with the survey tonight, we could probably have the results back in the March timeframe. And the deadline to file the resolution with the county isn't until the first week of August. So even, having the survey results come back to the board March or even early April, plenty of time to then for the board to make that decision, draft the documents to bring back for your approval, and then ultimately get delivered to the county.
And how effective do you find the results of the survey to help us decide on whether we want to move forward or not?
Typically, they're very helpful. I mean, so the survey will ask a couple warm-up questions, and then the first real question we ask is an estimate of what we think that 75-word ballot question is going to look like. Because we know, regardless of whatever information the district puts out, if there's a citizen campaign committee, a large number of voters really won't know anything until they open their voter guide and fill out their ballot. So that simulates what that voter that really doesn't know anything other than what they see in the voter guide, how they're going to respond. We then give the voter questions about the different projects. Would you be more or less likely to vote for the bond if you knew it was going to modernize classrooms, upgrade CTE facilities, those types of projects? Then we also ask about the cost. If you knew the bond was going to cost $60 per 100,000, so ask those questions. And at the very end, ask again, would you vote yes or no on the bond? So you can see, how does more information move that voter? Does it move the numbers up? Does it move the numbers down? And so you'll get a sense for what's that overall level of support. Are there particular projects that really resonate with your community, or are there things that your community really don't want to support? So that'll all be very valuable information. And that helps in drafting the project list. It helps in drafting that 75-word, ultimately that 75-word ballot question that we put on the ballot. And so it is definitely very helpful information.
Thank you once again, Mr. Pro. Your information is always very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia.
By all means, I'm ready for the survey. I think we should proceed. Hopefully, there's consensus from the board. I know I still have a timeline that we provided in December, and we're on track. If we all decide to move forward, but I'm comfortable with it. Again, we have a lot of needs, and we have projects that are completed now, so the community is able to see the good work that was done, and our students enjoying it. So I know that we mentioned in December that we would have like more awareness on what's been completed. That was very important, the CBOC report. So it's uploaded, and again, transparency is very important. I think at that time in December, I did request or suggested that if the signs that are up, that they should say your bond dollars at work. I think that's very important. There was a social media post that was made, and it looked like if it was the way it was worded, it said something about the city of Pico Rivera. And I had people ask me, they paid for the project? I said, no, it was a bond, a school district bond. And I'll show you the post, but it does. The city was tagged, and it looked like if they did it. So I think that the wording is very important. Take the credit, the district worked really hard. So just wanted to highlight that. And yeah, I'm ready for the survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Trustee Saavedra?
I agree with all with what you're saying, and I think we need to move forward. And I do feel that transparency is of utmost importance. If there's going to be voter and we do need to continue to show the voters where their money is going and what it's been put to. A lot of people already know and they come and they see the stadium, but a lot of people don't. They don't have any reason to come to the high school. So when we do like the 5K that we do in May or something like that, just really invite the community, really push. Oh, we're gonna do a tour so you can walk through. Maybe reach out like I used to play baseball here, 60 years ago, and now come back. Look at how great. I'm not looking at you, John. And now come back, and it looks, you know, awesome. So I think that's just, you know, in the right direction. I'm all for it.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. I was going to ask about the process for the opinion survey and the mechanics of that. The only question I had was, is it just in English? Is it also in Spanish?
English and Spanish.
Okay. Is that targeted by how they prefer their language in their voter registry, voter
So
profile?
usually, yes, there's kind of an indication on the voter profile.
Okay.
Especially if they select like Spanish language ballot. And then I think also just, if the call goes out and someone answers in Spanish, they can quickly switch the call or they'll hang up and have a Spanish operator call that voter.
Awesome, great. I'm also in favor of moving forward with the survey. Uh, are we providing direction for this at this time, or do we? Yeah. Okay, so we as the board give direction to move forward to implement the voter opinion survey.
Great.
Thank you.
Get started right away. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 13B, discussion on workforce development housing and strategic use of leased district properties.
Thank you again. It's been a busy night. Um, the Board of Trustees requested this discussion item as it relates to workforce development housing. Workforce housing development. I get it mixed up. Sorry about that. And Mrs. Mejia and myself and our facilities project manager, Luis Torres, we attended the CSBA boot camp for this endeavor. We explored the feasibility in terms of how it applies for our district. And I had the gracious opportunity to ask Dr. Steve Martinez, who is here, and thank you for waiting until this late of the night. He flew in from Sacramento. He is the superintendent of Twin Rivers Unified School District. He's gone through all of this and is still going through it. Um, Dr. Martinez has 28 years of educational experience, of which 13 years he's been the superintendent at Twin Rivers Unified School District. I've known him from my career and the things that the district has done and thinking outside the box. Larger district, much larger than ours. Nevertheless, the same processes, but at a different scale. And so I spoke with him and he volunteered to help us navigate through this discussion. He met with our cabinet because our cabinet was very much interested in understanding this as well. So he is here tonight and he will be assisting in the discussion. Also our in our room is Mr. Jorge Cordova. He is the founder of Team Dream, and he was awarded a contract through Twin Rivers Unified School District and has been the point person. Dr. Martinez can explain a little bit more as it relates to the financing. So Team Dream is a nonprofit organization. I found that to be very interesting for our district if the board gives us direction to move forward as an alternative way to be able to develop this endeavor. So with that, I'd like to introduce then Dr. Martinez. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you guys for having me here tonight. I think you guys got the presentation together, so I'll just kind of walk through it. But I know it's late, and I'm on the other side, so I know how it feels when it gets this late. But workforce housing. Why workforce housing? A long time ago, when I started administration, someone told me it's people, not programs. And so when you think about workforce housing, you think about retaining, high quality employees. You think about recruiting high quality employees because ultimately it's the people who are going to provide a high quality education for the students. But workforce housing, the vision behind it um, really extends beyond just people. One of the key conversational pieces in Twin Rivers is how do we utilize district property that we own. Do you guys want me to say which slide I'm on just to help you guys out, or just kind of just discuss? Okay, perfect. Um, so one of the things that we discussed as a board was how can we use district owned land and really instead of just thinking selling it, how can we make it an asset, something that we can support our staff in identifying housing and doing it at a 20% discount to market rate. And so that was the motivation behind it. So once I got the board to tell me to move forward with this idea, I soon learned that there's plenty of policies out there that really support this. And three of the policies that you have in your packet, I can simply just kind of go through real quick. AB 1381, that was the special funding where if a school district wants to at least start in the process, you can get a zero interest loan to help pay for a feasibility study or those startup costs, just so you can do some investigation. AB 2295, that was great because what it did is zoning. It allowed zoning to utilize school property. So it really kind of streamlined that process. And then recently with AB 1021, that was really key because it really expedited the CEQA process. And why these things are really important. There's a lot of information out about workforce housing. The average time that it takes to complete a project was about 7.5 years. And so, districts we're talking about, but by the time they could actually execute it, it just, that's a long time to keep momentum around a project, right? We're in year 2 and we'll complete the project within the next 2 years. So we've cut it pretty much almost by half the time because of this legislation. And so what does it mean for us and our model? What it does, it gives us 100% control of who can live there. So, by being a district owned asset, we're in full control. We don't have to set income limits. In a lot of these other properties, that an example I'll get into a little bit later. Certain average medium income limits were demanded or implemented because if you do this project with developers, it brings on other restrictions. But doing it district owned, none of that. So it's open to all employees, regardless of what your income is. And the last thing is, like I said earlier, is building a long-term asset. If you think about what we're doing in Twin Rivers, it's like, buying a home. You come in with 20% down, you finance the rest. In 30 years, you own it. And so we figure that after 30 years, it's a long-term investment. Um, we control the rents. It will turn into an asset that's probably generating somewhere between $5 to $8 million a year for the district. And so in Twin Rivers, our location was a plot of land that wasn't going to be used. We're four districts that merged in 2008, and so we had this different lands that we weren't going to use because we weren't going to build schools on it. So our facility or our complex is 136 units. It's single bedroom, townhouses, and single family homes. You'll have 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. They'll have a community center. They'll have a pool and a patio with barbecue. Got to have a pool in Sacramento because it gets hot, right? So why the model we chose? Well, like I said, it's district owned. But with district owned, when you don't take on other money, you have full control. And full control for us means that, again, anyone in our district can live there. So it's not certain employees. We don't have to subsidize certain parts, to the city. It's not affordable housing. It's clearly workforce housing. Um, there's the other model that is out there that I learned about before we decided to go with the model that we went with is a ground lease. Now, a ground lease is a little bit different. It's you're leasing the land to a developer for probably 100 years. You do get payments for providing the lease, but the developer gets all the revenue. It really is it, and you don't owe the building. Um, and then with that, there's just there's tax credits. There's other issues. You can't you can't the priority on who gets to live there. You may have X amount of units for employees, but there could be 30% that could go to low income outside of your district. So you just lose control. And so that was, some districts choose to do that because it's an entry point into workforce housing. If you don't want to have some upfront expenses, but in the end, you don't have an asset, you don't have full control, and you can't necessarily say who's going to live there. And so, and, and Gio talked a little bit about why we went with a nonprofit to help us. Because in the end, I'm not a developer. I'm a superintendent. My job is to do a lot of the stuff that you guys are talking about tonight. So I'm sitting here, I'm nodding my head. And when you're talking about, calling for a bond, absolutely know what all that's about. But I went with a nonprofit who specialized in workforce housing and faculty housing because I wanted someone that I can go to who can coordinate a team to effectively execute the vision of what we wanted. We have some of my staff actually does some of the work with them, but on a very limited basis. I mean, and so having one person I felt was more important than having to contact 5 or 6 different individuals. It allowed me to have a single point of accountability. So when things weren't moving or I had a lot of questions, I can call one person. Continuity, there's always turnover in the district, right? And so having one person to, keep that momentum was important. And then just the, credibility with funders, just opportunities to access grants and some other funding if and when it came available. So how do you do it? What's next steps, right? Well, I gave you guys a list of recommended next steps. And just so that I could highlight that, obviously you inventory your land assets, you survey employees. We did multiple surveys with our employees to identify what they wanted. We met with all our labor groups to, kind of talk through what their expectations were. Obviously, you can, if you wanted money or you wanted to apply for some funding to, start the initial process, you can do that. You can engage in legal counsel. These are all things that you can do, but the reality is you can just do a feasibility study and all your questions will be answered. So a lot of the questions like, well, how many units can we get on this plot of land? Or what's the market say? Market analysis, type of units, everything that you would need to make a really informed decision about moving forward is done with a feasibility study. And so, and that's what, ultimately that's what we did. It provided us great information. We got a lot of insight on what we could do, what we couldn't do. We learned a lot about the financing, and it also helped exactly identify, would the community support this? So one of the key things that we did in Twin Rivers is we did a survey. So we did a mile radius from the site, and we actually had a group go out and walk and knock on doors, just like you would if it was a campaign, just to get feedback. And so it was about, I want to say, I think we had 85% of the community said that they would support workforce housing complex in their neighborhood. I mean, because we're educators, and they would definitely support having educators live in their neighborhood. So it was something that the neighborhood supported. And just, I have a couple of board members who talked about how they acquired housing A little bit different story here than in Sacramento than here in LA. But one of the other things that we've done is that we've teamed up with Schools First Credit Union. So they're gonna provide financial literacy for the folks who move into these units, with hopefully in 5 to 6 years save enough money where possibly they can purchase their own home. You know, and in the big picture of things, and I've shared this with Gio and everyone else, especially for some of our classified folks, generational wealth today is only passed down through housing, for a lot of our folks. And so, in the big picture, perfect world, our hope is that we can provide housing at a discount, have them stay there 5 or 7 years. Hopefully, they save enough money where they can purchase their own home, and we just cycle that through. And so, and of course, it's very important for us. We're fighting against other districts for high quality folks like speech language therapists, special ed, and some other high needs areas. So we're going to use this as a recruiting tool. I'd probably leave X amount of units for those folks so that we can continue to go out to all these, places where we're recruiting folks and say, hey, come with us. You can have a place to live, and we'll get 20% discount on current rates. So it's a quick summary. There's a lot of other stuff, but honestly, I think if you have the passion to do it, you think that this is something that your employees would benefit from. Strengthens the community when folks from a school district live in the community that they serve. So we just see it as a great use to utilize our property to support the workforce that we have in Twin Rivers.
Thank you very much for the overview of your presentation. We all do have it. A lot of potential.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of questions and dialogue that we can probably talk for a couple hours.
Sure.
But I'll open it up for questions from the board or comments. Mr. Contreras.
Mr. Martinez, first of all, thank you for taking the trip to come back out here. It's also very cold in Sacramento, should I say. So we just
Very.
came back from there a couple of months ago, and it was very cold during that time. But thank you for taking the time to come out here. It shows a lot, especially with the relationship that yourself and Gio have, and our trust in Gio, and the way she's been leading our district, or helping to lead our
Yeah.
district. It means a lot. So thank you first and foremost for being here. Um, I like the idea of having the control, like you said, the district having the control on their property, and being able to allow or make this an option for the employees. And we do have a lot of employees that live, and a lot of teachers, and represented non represented employees that live in our city. So I think this is something that we can definitely look into. Um, how much input did you take in the surveys that you took from the community, and also from the employees themselves? How much did that affect your decision making by doing the actual surveys?
Yeah, well, first, one of the question is there a need, right? And so we have roughly around 3,000 employees in Twin Rivers, and so we had about 700 employees respond to the survey. And out of that, I want to say we had about 75% were high interest. So they're significant. So, taking about 700, we figure there's probably about 1,500 people who would probably be interested in living in district-owned housing. Obviously, this is only 136 units. So the first question we had to answer is, is there a need? I mean, will our employees want to live here? And so as soon as we answer that, then we really ask, what specifically are you looking for? And for some of our employees who have families, 2 or 3 kids, that's where the single family homes came in, because we were trying to offer something more than just an apartment complex. We really wanted to build something that the community would feel like really fit in on top of that. So with the staff, it was just a multiple of questions, really kind of digging in on exactly what they wanted and what they would want to move into. Because one of the things that we didn't want to do, we just didn't want to throw something together and say, okay, here it is. I mean, we really want to build something where people want to live, right? And so that was really important. But with the community, it was really interesting because the survey, there's where the complex is going to be. There's some backyards that kind of butt up to one of the fence, and those neighbors said, "Well, hey, if I want to go out and do X, Y, and Z in my backyard, I don't want anyone to see me." And so through the design phase, we were able to develop a complex where no one's going to be able to see in anyone's backyard. Through the use of trees and where positioning of some of our townhouses are going to be, um, we eliminated that. So through the surveying of the community, we were able to identify, those trouble spots, traffic, privacy, safety. That really gave us the opportunity to communicate effectively and then develop something that not only that our staff would really support, but something that the community can say, okay, this fits in. It looks like it fits in our community. You took in all our considerations, and so we have really just a high level of support from staff and from our community.
Thank you for the information again. It's something that I think uh, we have been in discussion, and I think looking down the line is something that we're going to be able to use. And this concept, it's a very good concept, and again, it puts a lot of the ownership in the district itself, and not having to rely on a third party to hopefully get it done and hopefully do the right thing for our community. Right.
Well, and I like to believe like our model is really in the best interest of the district, right? I mean, I care deeply about Twin Rivers and the what's going to look like 20 years from now. And so, just handing it over to a developer, knowing that what we hope it would be, that's just not good enough for our community. And so, knowing that the district's going to own it and be able to house our employees, I think long term that was something that the board it really resonated with our board.
Thank you again.
Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. Trustee Mejia?
Thank you, Dr. Martinez. I appreciate you sharing your lived experiences with this project. It's definitely something that I've had on the radar for a while, and that's why I did attend the boot camp with Ms. Padilla. There's definitely a lot of opportunities for our district. We do have land. That was one of the first things that they had is they said, "What's one great asset that you have? You have land."
Right.
I mean, a lot of some some districts don't have that, right? But definitely an opportunity for staff. The biggest takeaway that I got from that workshop was definitely the survey and how important it is to engage our labor partners within that survey as well. Like have them take a look at it first. There has to be buy-in. They have to understand why we're doing it. It's not because we want to make money. It's about offering a service for our students. It's going to benefit our students if they don't have that long commute. It's more time for themselves. And as you mentioned, it's an opportunity for someone to purchase a home because whatever savings they have from the below market rent, they're able to save that should they wish to pursue that. So there's, again, a lot of opportunities, and I'm really excited about this. And thank you, Gio, for bringing an expert and looking forward to, more discussions and moving forward with this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Trustee Saavedra?
Hi. So yeah, I've been reading about this a lot. And I was able to, we're in December and Sacramento, speak with other school districts, and attend the sessions in the last training that we mentioned on this. It's the way it started, and especially me personally, just the way that I thought about it is like, oh, just makes sense to do groundings. You're not the landlord. You don't worry about the issue. You're providing. But then, you go to the second part and it's like, well, who are you providing the service to? And no, that's why you have the second party, right? Because you're not the landlord. You don't want your tenant disturbed.
Right.
Right? Correct. But you have that level of accountability and trust with the partner that you're working with a nonprofit, that they understand your community, that they understand your needs and will carry this through, right? And the best part is the whole part about generational wealth and just giving that opportunity to those who need it. I think that is a blessing. And what your wait list looks like up there.
Well, I'll tell you where we are in the process. We're currently waiting for approval from the city of Sacramento on our design. We're going to bring a contract forward to the board probably sometime in March for the actual civil work to start on the plot, and then most likely construction starting in September of August, with completion looking at probably May of 2028. So if we're completed in May 28th, that would have been 4 years from start to finish. Yeah. And so, we're really, I mean, there's so many different stories that I hear from our employees, and what really got us there was just this whole, student loan conversation. It's funny that that student loan conversation kind of caused us to really have a conversation that here you have these folks who, leave credential programs and they're saddled with X amount of dollars for a student loan. Well, how do they ever get ahead of it? And if we have some housing that's available to them, what a great thing for them to save some money, hopefully pay off some student loans in the process, and hopefully, save some money for a house. But the other thing with student loans, it really impacted our academic program as well, but that's a different conversation for dual enrollment. But, you know, um, always got to go back to the ed side. It just happens. I look at this project like this. I mean, because you mentioned generational wealth, and sometimes, and I share this with my own board. Sometimes we have to plant the seeds that we'll never enjoy the shade from, and that's what governance is all about. Is really, really thinking not just about today, but thinking about the future. Well, you know, will I be around in 30 years? Absolutely not, to see the benefit of this project. But I can only imagine, the hundreds of staff, um, when the final payment's made, how the district's going to have, revenue, and how we could just easily sold it and got that one-time money. But, when it's gone, it's gone. I know it's different thinking for school boards, but I think times are different. I think housing is a crisis, and having a stable workforce who lives in your community can only benefit our kids. It always comes back to kids, yeah, and the benefits for our employees, but the reality is, a great education starts with great educators. And like I said at the beginning, it's people, not programs. And so if we could do what we can to support our people, and you have land and it makes sense, I think this is something that, you know, as all school districts should look into at some point, especially in California.
Any other questions?
So what does your interest list look like?
We had 600. So out of 600, we had over 79%. So probably, I mean, easily 400 or 500, immediately. And so that's going to be, I'll come back and tell you how we navigated that, because we're not there yet. But one thing that we learned from Jefferson, I believe Jefferson High School District in San Jose, is that developing a third-party committee, because the last thing I want as a superintendent, I don't want people coming to our board members saying, "Hey, I didn't get this apartment," right? So we're going to develop a third-party committee that'll have labor, it'll have some other representation, so that they can deal with some of these things outside of, as they come up. I mean, we learned a lot from Jefferson, but as you know, there's just things that will pop up that they didn't experience that we will in Twin Rivers. But going to just set up processes and mechanisms so to support, not only our employees, but ensure that the board is isolated from those kind of issues.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. Thank you so much for the presentation, for flying down, spending time with our cabinet members, and passing on the knowledge to us. I think it's an exciting conversation to have and see where we can go with this as a district. And just to piggyback on kind of like the kind of the waiting list question, like,
Sure.
did a profile develop from, like, who's interested? Like, what's the demographic, age, all that stuff?
So more on our classified end, because current housing that a lot of them are living in is apartments. We did have a lot of interest from teachers who were years 1 through 5. some teachers who are, been in the system long enough and have established themselves in their own housing obviously aren't interested. But there's a high number of early teachers and definitely classified employees. Just housing for our classified employees is so difficult to have these days. So
And did you implement the survey?
yeah, so we did it, and
Okay.
I'm gonna give Geo all our material, all our surveys. She'll have all our meetings that we had, all our online meetings, our community meetings. So I plan on sharing that with Geo. So if and when you navigate through this, you'll have all our information. Go and you'll make it better, of course, because that's what happens, right? I mean, so but yeah, we implemented it all.
Yeah, and I'm sure it'll track down the line recruitment wise for young professionals that want to teach.
I would think so. I mean,
Yeah.
these are going to be it's going to be a really nice facility. It's in, like I said, it's in a nice area. So we think that we'll not only be able to attract, we'll retain, some significant staff.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Dr.
Yeah.
Martinez.
Thank you for having me, Gio. Thank you for inviting me.
We have one more comment question.
One more ask. Just if I don't know if I know Mr. Cordova's been sitting here through the meeting for a very long time. If you wanted to have any input as far as what was asked, if there's anything you'd want to input on any of the questions that were asked.
Well, I guess I would say that just in conversations with different districts, we touched a couple of times on, so we call it within the nonprofit is an equity approach, which is what Twin Rivers and Dr. Martinez have been working on. And there's also an arm's length approach, and that's what a lot of districts are doing out there right now. They're just leasing out their land. But like Dr. Martinez was saying, that you lose total control there, right? And unfortunately, that's what LA Unified did. They did it in the early stages where there wasn't that much information out there on workforce housing. That meant that many studies were completed, and it's not going so well for them now. I don't want to knock that, but because it's open to the public, and the whole goal here is to try to make an attainable asset for the school district and for your employees to utilize. And what they're doing at Twin Rivers is the ability to have 136 units that are all for classified and certified staff, right? And all living below market rate rent. That's the goal, and that's what our nonprofit does. We take a holistic approach to education, and this is going to benefit education in itself. What he did, and he was a champion at this, it's the first in the Sacramento down to the Central Valley. And using this model, it's going to be a very successful model that many districts are going to use, because you're holding on to the asset. And at the end of the debt, you're going to be recouping, where our estimates right now are between 8 to 10 million annually, or you can sell it off if you want. You can sell it to your employees, but you have that choice, right? You have it. It's an investment that's being created. So I just wanted to touch on that.
Mr. Cordova, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Thank you both. Have a nice evening. Before we continue, we need to extend our meeting. So I'd like to ask for a motion to extend our
Second,
to 11 o'clock. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra.
Here.
Trustee Mejia.
Yes.
Trustee Contreras.
Yes.
And myself, yes. Okay, thank you. Item 13C, read.
For President, if I may, I know that we have a presentation. Are we going to be giving any direction?
I don't have anything as far as giving direction for this.
Possibly even just to move forward with the feasibility
I would like to motion to move forward with the feasibility.
or that's part of it though.
The interest first, yeah.
The survey, yeah,
Survey
the
of
survey is
interest.
first. And
Survey's part of it.
and I understand that he is a great resource, but I'm hoping that you could also look at CSBA, the resources from the boot camp concurrently. Great. Look at the survey. Look at both surveys. I'm sure that the more resources, the better. And also, we're giving the feasibility direction, but also even that they have like I think it's like $10,000 flat fee. So I'm not saying just don't look at only one source, look at different sources and see what would be the best option, but definitely I'm comfortable with feasibility.
So just to recap, we're gonna give direction to do the survey for interest first.
Correct. And we will look at other options. We understand that there are some samples or examples of the surveys that were sent out through Twin Rivers, but we will look at CSBA and other organizations.
That's fine. Okay, thank you. Okay, now we're moving on to item 13C. Receive the first reading revised board policy of 0440, district technology plan and deletion of administrative regulation 0440, district technology plan. Any comments or questions from the board?
So this one is just, it's to reflect current legislation. AR language was embedded in board policy, so we no longer have the need for the AR on this one.
Hearing no questions or comments, moving on to,
Okay, I'm
okay.
sorry. Yeah, just I think my only comment would be on, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth paragraph where it states, the district's technology plan shall be integrated into the district's vision and goal for student learning and shall contain research-based strategies and methods. Just adding the word evidence and research-based strategies.
Or you had a question on this, on the third paragraph, so we're looking at 0440 or?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, item 13D, receive the first reading revised board policy and administrative regulation 1250, visitors, outsiders.
I'm sorry, President LaFarga, just to make a correction, we're under 14 for discussion.
Oh, 14.
Yeah, just to be clear.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, 14. Okay, 14D. Any comments or clarification at this time? Hearing none. Moving forward to 14E. Receive the first reading board policy and administrative regulation 3311 bids.
I apologize, Board President. Can we go back to the 1250?
That they're 14D?
Yes.
Yes.
The 1250 visitors, outsiders. I just had a quick question on that. Oh,
Yes,
okay,
proceed.
thank you.
Yep.
So it talks about signs in here. I just wanted to make sure, just request information if the signs for the visitors, if they're visible. I know that we had some issue with some other signs. Just
And we recently got signs, Geo, right? We had the signs for visitors and who's permitted on school campus and who's not. We are putting, I don't know if they're already up.
They are supposed to be, there were 3 additional sites that are still in the process this week of being completed. But everything else is complete.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none. 14E, receive the first reading board policy and administrative regulation 3311 bids.
This is also another policy in matching the legislative changes through CSBA.
Thank you for that. Any comments? Questions? Okay to move forward? Thank you. Hearing none, moving on to 14F, receive the first reading administrative Regulation 3311.3, design build contracts.
Also reflecting current legislation under CSBA.
Any board comment? Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, thank you. 14G, receive the first reading administrative regulation and exhibit 3512, equipment.
Same as before, these are just to reflect current legislation.
Any comments from the board?
I do have a comment.
Trustee Mejia?
Yeah, so for the all the equipment purchased for the federal program, so we're currently tagging them with a specific program. Why is he
Yes, the equipment that normally is purchased with federal funds would be technology, and all of that is in our fixed asset system. So we have processes in place. It's checked periodically. I will be reviewing with our purchasing director because that's the department that oversees the tagging and the inventory to see if there are any areas for improvement and not just simply settle that, yes, we're doing it. I obviously want to look more into it. And then for our IT department that Jasmine oversees, the implementation of the forms, for example, when equipment is being borrowed.
That's good. That's very good practice. So as far as like when something's obsolete, I know that we have a process, but specifically here it says something about if it was purchased with grant that we have to ask permission. That's something that we're doing as well.
I will be verifying that we have documentation in place, especially as it relates to the federal funding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Any other comments? Hearing none. 14H, receive the first reading revised administrative regulation 3516.1, fire drills and fires.
Just really glad that they are doing it within the first 10 days of school so that they're well prepared early on.
Thank you. Anything else, Superintendent?
So to reflect the current legislation under CSBA.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions? Okay, hearing none. Item 14I, receive the first reading board policy 3540, transportation.
Reflecting current legislation.
Thank you. Any comments from the board?
I do have a question if I may.
Trustee Mejia?
Yeah, so on the second paragraph, it says the district's transportation services may be provided by means of a joint powers agreement, a cooperative student transportation program, or a consortium as permitted by law. So as far as like Lego would fall under which section here? Co-op? Or is there like language that needs to be added for transportation? Second paragraph.
If I may interject in terms of the procedure with the new law related to transportation and those procedures, I have requested an overview with LACO to ensure that we're following these guidelines.
Yeah. Yeah. So my question is, should there be language to, I mean, which category
Right.
do they
So
fall
the
under?
question is, Ms. Mejia would like to know, we have joint powers agreement, which we know is not, it's not.
No.
We have a consortium, which we also know it's not. And the only other option here is a cooperative student transportation program. Does it fall under a cooperative student transportation program?
It doesn't. It doesn't fall under that. It's a piggyback contract.
So would we need to add language to say like a third party vendor or like specific?
Okay.
I think that.
If I may, that is under the transportation contracts that are allowed, which you'll see further down. that I believe is allowing, this is an additional way that it doesn't say it's only allowed through those ways. It's also authorizing those additional ways to, outside of the contracted services.
And then just my second question would be regarding the transportation plan. I know that it's coming up. And in here, it does state that you should have feedback from parents, and I don't think that's been the case in the past, at least to my knowledge. So I just want to make sure that we're inclusive of that, our educational partners, and making sure that we have feedback from them.
And of course, we can always do better. But the one that I did upon my entry into the district, we did it for 2 years, and we piggybacked, so to speak, off of an LCAP meeting and got feedback. But we can do better in getting feedback.
Thank you. Those were my comments.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Moving on to item 14J, receive the first reading, Board Policy 4112.8, employment of relatives.
And there was prior discussion for this policy, and we, took our board policy and our administrative regulations and made sure that it reflects what the practices are within our district, as long as looking at current changes or any legislation through CSBA.
Thank you. Additional comments?
I have a question, if I may. So on the last paragraph, it says, shall be made in accordance with provisions of any applicable collective bargaining agreement and in compliance with the applicable law. Is there anything in the collective bargaining agreement from any of our labor partners?
Looking at the AR.
Look at the ARs first.
It's 4112, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we're on J.
We're on
I have them. It's them.
4112.8.
Policy.
I don't believe there's anything in the contract about it.
Thank you. Just wanted to get clarity on that.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. 14K, receive the first reading, revised board policy and administrative regulation 5125, student records.
Also, looking at current legislation and matching to CSBA.
Thank you. Additional comments? Hearing none, moving to 14L, receive the first reading, revised board policy 6142.93, science instruction.
Again, looking at current legislation, I don't know if Jasmine has anything on this.
Sorry, the only real changes are some wordsmithing that they moved around and then connecting it to the AR regulation about safety in the laboratories and like different experiments the kids do during labs.
Okay. Thank you. Any additional comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. And that completes our discussion items. We will now move into Labor Association reports. I do not see Lil from ERFT here tonight. CSEA, Alex?
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, President Lafarga, the Board of Education, Cabinet. My name is Alex Acosta. I am the president of Rancho 107. I just want to thank, I know we brought the sunshine to the board tonight. It was sorry, excuse me. What's it called? Oh, public hearing. So now that I went through, hopefully we get to meet in a couple weeks and hopefully start negotiating for our 25-26 school year. I also want to thank Gio for bringing in the superintendent, what's his name, Dr. Martinez from Twin Rivers. I know at our last budget committee I had brought up that about least building on our properties. I know back in I think it was late 90s, early 2000, we sold the property at Obregon, and it was just a one-time thing. But at that time, I didn't know about able to develop on our own property and rent it out to like they do with our employees and stuff like that. So hopefully we could do that, bring in the money to our district, and hopefully that could help pay for our costs for salaries, benefits, and what have you. I also want to thank Joe for bringing that person in. We did go over some other budgets there. If it wasn't for the retirement incentive that the district gave for the last 2 years, I know our budget wouldn't be that great. I know we still be deficit spending, which we still are, but at least now we're in the black. We're not that good in the black, but we're there. So hopefully these next few years when people are retiring, you really look at the jobs that are, if we have to bring those back, if we have to bring those back, lay those positions off through attrition. That'll help with future layoffs. I do see future layoffs coming in about, I think, 3 or 4 years, hopefully a little bit longer, if we start right sizing our district now. I know you guys have to make a decision on either go do layoffs or, hate to say it, look at schools, or we have to close schools down. Hopefully we don't have to, but we don't know where to save, I guess. Programs bringing, we're not losing our students. Their students are here. We're just not having any. I did my part. I had 5 kids, so nobody else. My kids only want to have 1 or 2, so it's like we're just not having the children like we used to have. So hopefully you really look at those positions, and and we go from there. I think that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Acosta. Item 16, comments and reports by superintendent and cabinet.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year. Welcome back. We're all excited to get the work going. Meeting, we hit the ground running. So we've been meeting and talking a lot about our instruction. You saw some of the good data that we had this evening, and we hope to continue all of that. So we are in the second half of the school year. I want to remind our students and families that, yes, we're halfway through. We encourage all of our students to continue working hard, staying focused, and striving for excellence in both academics and, as we saw this evening, extracurricular activities. All that stuff is important. Keep involved, stay away from all those things that you shouldn't be doing, and just stay connected to school. That's the best way and best path for success. Congratulations to El Rancho High School for earning silver recognition on the College Board's 2025 AP School Honor Roll for expanding access to advanced placement. Yes, yes, we want to continue to see that success. Good job to them. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank CBO Gioconda Padilla, Mr. David Compton, and the Department of Maintenance Operations for their hard work over the break to ensure our facilities were safe and ready for students and staff. We had a rough, I loved it, but we had a rough time with the weather over the break. I just love the fact that it was raining because we don't get that opportunity too often. But I'm glad that our staff was proactive and out there making sure that our facilities were good. Want to remind everyone that Saturday is our Family Connect event. I believe we have, I think, over 80, about 90 people registered right now. So we want to see everyone there. Please, if you registered, come. We have great information for everyone on technology, mental health, social emotional learning, lots of great stuff. And we also have Obi Vasquez. He's our motivational speaker and author. Will be our keynote this Saturday. He'll share an inspiring message on resiliency and the importance of education with our families. We're looking forward to the event and can't wait to see everyone. And finally, I want to thank our board members, as this is National Board Member Appreciation Month. We'll present a resolution to you a little bit later, but again, we can't thank you enough. We know that the roles and the jobs that you do, there's nothing that can pay you enough money or even give you enough thanks, because your job is never ending, and it's also a lot of weight on your shoulders. I know how much each one of you feels about the school district and your passion around this community. So I appreciate you. I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate the love that you have for this community. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Dora. We appreciate you too, and everyone here sitting at the tables around us. Um, Moving forward to the Board of Education announcements and acknowledgements. So start with Trustee Contreras.
Gonna be quick. Happy New Year to everybody. I attended, I've been attending a couple of sporting events, so good luck to all the student athletes that are out there. Um, we also attended the Bernie Johnson Memorial Golf Tournament, which is a great success. Lots of funds were raised for our students. Um, a great thank you to Dr. Goyanaga and the supporting staff who help put that together every year. It's our biggest fundraiser from what I understand. It sells out every year, and we get to see and meet a lot of great people. People like I mentioned before, Mr. Fielder was there, Dr. Verdugo was there, along with other alumni we get to meet, get to exchange information and get to exchange ideas as well as far as to what we can do to help our district as far as future fundraising events, as far as ideas that are going on outside of our community and outside of our city that we can help to implement to help um, our our students in any way possible. So thank you for having that event. Um, and a quick little announcement for the academic decathlon. January 24th will be the subject and tests at ER at El Rancho. More importantly, January 31st, a speech and interview at San Gabriel High School. And that same day, followed by the super quiz at 3:30. So good luck. I hear great things about this year's academic decathlon team. I look forward to being there and supporting. And good luck to the decathletes on the team this year. Good luck to Mr. Francis and Mr. Melgar. And thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. Trustee Mejia.
Sorry, my computer's not working along. So I want to share that I did I attended the Boys and Girls Club, the Youth Ambassadors. Our Rancho High School students did a presentation on reduce, reuse, recycle, and also on the sorting of the trash, your recyclables, your compost. Was a good experience. My fellow sustainability committee member was there with me, Trustee Saavedra, and it was um, it was a good experience. Also attended the PK graduation. I want to thank our superintendent, Dora Soto Delgado, for the inspiring speech that she made. It was very authentic, and I was happy to see so many parents graduating. I know that this is rolling out to our other schools, so I'm looking forward to the continued parent engagement that is going to be happening. I also attended the Ernie Johnson Golf Tournament. I do want to express my gratitude to the high school administration for the great tournament and the local sponsors as well who made it the event a success. I'm hoping that we have more women golfers next year. We were in the minority, but I think we could increase our numbers. I also attended the CSBA's 2026 governor's budget proposal breakdown, and I do want to encourage my fellow trustees to join the Ledge Action Week that will happen in March. Um, wanted to report that I also attended a sustainability committee meeting with Mr. Ferrer and Ms. Paola, along with Trustee Saavedra. So they have a sustainability um, director, and we just, spoke a little bit about what they're doing and what we're doing. And they did share that they have an art contest, which was shared with the principals, I believe. And it is for a design a sign youth art competition, and the students will be able to possibly have their design on the trash truck, so which is I thought was pretty neat, and also on the big belly trash cans that they have at the parks. So I think that that's a wonderful opportunity to showcase the art of our students. I wanted to do a public service announcement for the library. So, did you know that the library offers board games for you to check out? That's something new. So that's offered at La Mirada, but still, it's not that far. They also offer seeds that they'll give you as well, and that's at Norwalk. And they also have tools and musical instruments that you're able to borrow. So I thought that was neat, and I'm hoping that our parents and families can take advantage of that. I wanted to also report that I was appointed to the CSBA Legislative Committee by CSBA President Ms. Deborah Shade. So that's something that I'll be doing this year. And also, lastly, I just do want to request that we close in memory of Mrs. Beverly Walker. She was a literacy champion and a founding member of the Pico Rivera Friends of the Library, and she was very civically engaged. Also, did the League of Women's Voters. So she was a Dawn mom. She once a Dawn mom, always a Dawn mom. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Trustee Saavedra.
Yeah. I didn't attend it, but I need to do voucher that you know, every year they knock down the park, but some of the CSP. Seguenaga, Lea, Tapia, um, maybe from all their hard work. I can just talk really loud if you want. Let's try it. We'll try that on the record. So that was a great event, and I will be golfing next year. Game on. Let's see. Um, I was able to attend the PK graduation as well. I loved it. I loved just the parents that were there, seeing them. It's a series of classes, so it's not like they showed up once. Their commitment was there, and I hope that we continue to provide these spaces for them. I know that the community liaisons recently had a meeting, so they're able to talk amongst each other and share, you know, their best practices and all the good stuff that they're doing. So shout out to them. Thank you for keeping the community closet open. I see the sign, it's there. Come by. So if you guys, if anyone's still listening, I know it's very late, but the community closet is there, and it's there for every El Rancho family. Um, I'm excited about a legislative action week. I love that it's virtual, so I can not have to go anywhere. But the front of my computer, right? Um, I want to congratulate El Rancho High School for their AP honor roll. Also for their peer mediation that they did with Salazar. That's awesome. I love to see everything that is going on in the high schools and the elementaries and the middle schools is just it's fantastic. So um I know that right now we're in really trying times and it's really hard for a lot of people out there. So the fact that we can create these spaces for people that need the support, um, uh, I just am really proud of this district right now. So I want to invite everyone to come out on Saturday. It's going to be a great event. Um, if you need a ride, let me know. I live on Passons. I'll pick you up on the way there. And I hope to see all the people that signed up. And if you didn't sign up, just come on down. We'll more than happy pull up a chair for you. And thank you all, and thank you guys. Look forward to a great year. And thank you for the textbook updates with math and history before I click off my little microphone here. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. Um, little repetitive. I also attended the PK graduation. Uh, it was just motivational, to see the parents who committed their time to improving themselves from an education standpoint and completing the the program. And Ms. Baul is doing just a great job and bringing parents to the table and getting them engaged at the high school. Also attended the IB graduation, the recognition ceremony as well, and it was just great to see students had to come back to receive their awards, which was a commitment in and of itself. But it was just great to be there and support. I got to sneak into the band concert as well during the when I stepped away from the Pika graduation. What a big performance! I was just amazed. It was huge. There's a lot of people there, and it's a great production. So just want to congratulate Mr. Rush for taking that on and putting on such a great production and event for the families. The soccer team hosted a soccer camp at the stadium. I think they had 100 students. I would say ages 5 to 15, 18. It was just great to host and showcase the 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 stadium. Parents were there, so hopefully it just continues to attract our community to the school and increase our enrollment. I received a flyer from the adult school, which I don't recall receiving one, but promoting all the programs. It was really well done. So it was just good to see that the work is really done. It's a really good piece that came out. So just um, I'm glad that's happening. I also attended the golf tournament, and it was great to spend time with my colleagues and all the support of the alumni brought and uh, everybody that was there. It was just really a great time. I am looking forward to the Family Connect event. There's also a memorial for Joe Perez on on Saturday as well. There's a 10 o'clock mass at St. Benedict's in Montebello, so hopefully you can sneak away and attend that memorial as well. Um, Wanted to ask for your advocacy in partnership with Trustee Mejia for the yeah, as you know, Whittier Union High School District is proposing to withdraw from the Tri-Cities partnership. We're going to attend their meeting on February 20th to advocate for them to remain. So anybody's welcome to join us to speak at the board meeting. That would be great. Um, and just in closing, yesterday was Martin Luther King's holiday, and as we know, our civil rights and civil liberties are being tested like they never have been before. So just let's keep fighting the good fight and get into good trouble in honor of the work that he did to move us forward. That concludes my report. Thank you very much. And we now move on to our consent agenda. Are there any items that need to be pulled for discussion?
I have
No.
one.
Person here,
18D2.
18D2. Any others? Okay, hearing none, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with minus the 18D2 pulled item?
So moved.
Second. A roll call vote. Trustee Saavedra?
Yes.
Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Okay. Item 18D2, Trustee Mejia?
I'll move the item.
Okay, discussion?
Yes, thank you. So this is the submission of the 2024-2025 School Accountability Report Cards, the SARC. Reason I pulled it was because it's one of our duties is to annually approve and evaluate the data that's on there. I just want to express my gratitude to our facilities department, maintenance and operation. They're all in good and one exemplary. So really happy that we're in that trajectory where we have a high fit score. Also, the SARCs were part of Prop 98. That's why I also pulled it because I wanted to highlight that's one of the accountability pieces. It's important for our parents to know why it's there. You know, it talks about our facilities, our classes, how we're doing on the CAS scores. So just wanted to highlight, and that's why I pulled it. And so just wanted to thank my board members for letting me do that. I only just have one question as far as for the AP tests. I know that we don't have any computer science. Any chance of us doing a computer science AP in the future?
Sorry, I believe that's one of the things that they're working with the new computer science teacher that they got. The courses they can do integrate into the AP exam. I can get more information put in the board update because I don't want to misspeak, but that is one of the things that they were working on. And I'll add to the board update this week.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you. Excellent. And just again, congratulations on the getting that AP award. The more classes that we have, the more possibilities for our students.
I think another piece of it is really the equity. And since we offer to pay for our students' exams, if they're enrolled in the class, I think that's one of the things that really shows our commitment to our students and, just tackling any inequities they might face.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Move the item for a vote.
So moved.
I think it was moved.
Oh, I'm sorry. Take it to a vote, you mean?
Take it to a vote, yeah. It's getting late. Roll call vote, Trustee Saavedra? Trustee Mejia?
Yes.
Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Motion passes. Then we move on to new business. Superintendent's Office, item 19A1, adoption resolution number 15, 2025-2026 in support of School Board Recognition Month.
And
Can I have a motion?
Moved.
second,
Okay, discussion?
Ms. Padilla will be reading that.
And I cleaned my glasses. Okay, so I can read. So resolution number 15-2025/2026, School Board Recognition Month. Whereas an excellent public education system is vital to the quality of life for all California citizens and communities, and whereas school board members ensure our children's academic, social, emotional, physical, and mental health needs continue to be met. Whereas school board members continue to advocate to best serve the children in our community each and every day. And whereas school board members are committed to children and believe that all children can be successful learners and that the best education is tailored to the individual needs of the child. And whereas school board members work closely with parents, educational professionals, and other community members to create the healthiest environments possible where all students can thrive. And whereas school board members are responsible for building and maintaining the structure that provides a solid foundation for our school system. And whereas school board members are strong advocates for public education and are responsible for communicating the needs of the school district to the public and the public's expectations to the district. And whereas school board members take financial responsibility seriously, ensuring a financially healthy and stable district. And whereas the mission of public schools is to meet the diverse educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to a democratic society and an ever-changing world. It is more poignant than ever before. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the El Rancho Unified School District hereby declares appreciation to the members of the school board and proclaim the month of January 2026 as School Board Recognition Month and urges all community members to join in recognizing the dedication and hard work of local school board members and in working with them to create an education system that meets the needs of our children. Adopted by the El Rancho Unified School District Governing Board of Education in Pico Rivera, California by resolution number 15, 2025-2026 on this 20th day of January 2026.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla. And any reflections or comments from the board? Yes.
I guess
Trustee
I just
Contreras?
want to comment. Thank you for first and foremost for the recognition, but I just want to comment on my fellow colleagues that are sitting here with me tonight on the support, on the tremendous knowledge and like it has been said, the tremendous heart that each and every one of you have shown for this district. It's sometimes very hard, but it's also very rewarding, especially when we see our students that are moving forward, our students that are doing what they're doing, and our district showing the rewards that are coming through. So and I know that my fellow colleagues here on the board have a lot to do with that, and I continue to learn from each and every one of you. So thank you for doing what you guys do. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras. Trustee Mejia?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for our sweet treats. That was very sweet of you. Um, and just echoing those sentiments that Trustee Contreras said, I'm proud to serve with my rest of my colleagues. Your heart is in it for the right reasons. We love our students, and it's an honor to serve alongside of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Trustee Saavedra?
I don't have anything to say that hasn't already been said, but I appreciate working with each and every one of you. And I appreciate, as a new school board member, the support that you guys have given me as cabinet and just being on the other side as a parent. Um, I felt like it was a very inclusive space where I had an issue. I would go and I would talk to whoever I needed to talk to. So appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. Same sentiments. For me, it's an honor to serve along each one of you for your dedication and service to the district. And it's an honor to be of service to our students and our families in the community that we're in. So just looking forward to just keeping elevating our work together. And my word for this year is transformational. And I hope we can achieve that transformation that we're seeking, that North Star that'll get us to the better place in our district. With that, we'll take it to a vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yeah.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Contreras.
Before I do cast my vote, in the other words that you said that still are still in my mind, President Lafarga, let's keep this motion moving forward, or let's keep it going on this year. So let's definitely keep what we're doing moving forward, and let's keep it going on for the year. With that being said, I vote yes.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras, and myself, yes. Motion passes. Item 19B, Division of Human Services, consideration of ratification of employment contract for interim Assistant Superintendent of Student Support Services with oral summary of the contracts proposed and recommended major provisions, including salary and compensation. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
So this one, as we talk about keeping things moving forward and rolling, it's absolutely something that's also very near and dear to my heart because this is the position that will help support student support services, but combine it with special education. So I appreciate Mr. Cochran willingness to take on the department. I think we all care about all the services and programs that we have in this district, as well as making sure that this continues for our families and for our students. So, Ms. Padilla,
I'm ready.
She's going to read there.
Okay, so in terms of the oral readout for the contract, uh, Mr. Dean Cochran, the contract appoints Dean Cochran as interim assistant superintendent of student support services, retroactive to October 21, 2025 through October 31, 2026. It provides an annual base salary of $218,657, inclusive of longevity pay with the possibility of board-approved increases and an additional stipend for earning a doctoral degree. The agreement includes a full benefits package consistent with certificated management staff, including health insurance, vacation and sick leave, life insurance, mileage and expense reimbursement, professional memberships, and eligibility for early retirement.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla. Any comments or questions from the board? Trustee Mejia?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, Mr. Cochran, for stepping up, and the department's going to continue to be in good hands.
Thank you. Trustee Contreras?
Yes, thank you for doing that. You are definitely saving us a lot as far as what you bring to this position. I know this position you've had before in the past, if I'm not mistaken. Ish.
Just take that.
So thank you for what you're doing. You're really doing a great service for our district and for our students as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Saavedra?
I think that you've always stepped up when we needed you, right? Whether it was you're in charge of COVID, you're in charge of this and that. Mr. Cochran, man of many hats. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Cochran, thank you for stepping up, stepping in, and elevating your contributions to the district when we need it the most. I really appreciate you. Thank you. We'll take it to a vote. Trustee Saavedra, Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Contreras.
Yes.
And myself, yes. Motion passes. The next one is same item, 19B2, consideration of ratification of employment contract for Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources with oral summary of the contract's proposed and recommended major provisions, including salary and compensation. May I have a motion?
So
Motion.
moved. Second.
Motion second and approved. Discussion or reading?
And this item also is for someone who has been very humble, but has come back to help the district more than once, and even has taken pay cuts to come back and help. So I know he's very embarrassed about receiving any recognition, but I also want to truly thank him for, I'm gonna cry, for agreeing to stay on and helping the district.
Yay.
And I will go ahead and read for Mr. Mark Matthews. The contract extends Mark Matthews' appointment as Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources for a one-year term beginning October 21, 2025 and ending October 31, 2028. Oh, I'm sorry, 2026. Sorry.
30?
The agreement provides an annual base salary of $237,316 paid in equally monthly installments. The contract includes a comprehensive benefits package consistent with certificated management staff, including health insurance, vacation and sick leave, life insurance, mileage and expense reimbursement, and professional memberships. Thank you.
Any comments from the board? Trustee Saavedra?
Mr. Matthews, I'm not going to look at Dora because I will cry. You lead with such grace and such quiet reserve, and I I hope um I hope that my kids grow up to be men of your stature.
Wow. Very sweet.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. Trustee Mejia?
Sure. Mr. Matthews, thank you for your dedication and you are a pillar for our district. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Trustee Contreras?
A very big pillar, a very pillar that's been there for a very long time. From being my substitute teacher back in the middle school days, um, to where you are now, you definitely are a huge asset, and you're a man of your word and a man that's never changed who you are and what you represent, and for that we thank you. We thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Matthews, you can try to run, you can try to hide, but we will find you and lock you in for another 2 years. I don't think Jill was joking, but you are a steady presence and a steady, um, strong contributor to the district and your work, and you do it with patience and grace, like Trustee Saavedra said. So just happy that you're continuing to serve the district in this capacity because we need you right now. So thank you very much. Okay, we'll take it to a vote. Trustee Saavedra,
Yes.
Trustee Mejia,
Yes.
Trustee Contreras.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes, and myself, yes. Motion passes. Okay, moving on to yay. We clap. We clap. Okay. Yay. Recommendations for future agenda items of board members. Trustee Mejia.
Yes, information item on the cell phone policy, AB 3216. Just wanted to see if we have any information. I know it's we have to have an adopted policy by July 1st. So just want to see if there's going to be a committee. So information. Second one is information on the multitudes results. If we can get some information on a board update.
I'll second both.
Thank you. We had public comment regarding our water fountains, so another information item on our water fountains. I believe we had filters before, just wanted to see what the status on those are. I have a discussion item request. In the past, we did do a debrief on AEC. So I'm hoping that we have some time to discuss what we learned. May I have a second?
Second for the previous to the.
Thank you. And also, as was previously stated, the current climate, it's not good. I'm hoping that we can lean on LACO for their support, maybe possibly do a virtual Know Your Rights. I think that even if we can help one family, it would be helpful, and that way our families know that we're there to support them. It is a free resource from LACO, so I'm hoping that we could do something like that. May I have a second?
Second.
My last one is we had community pride days last year, and I'm hoping that for next year, to honor Martin Luther King Day, we can do something on the last week of January. So our students, staff, board members have an opportunity to do uh, a service, right, in his honor. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Mejia. Trustee Contreras?
No, nothing.
Thank you, Trustee Saavedra. And myself, nothing. We will be going on back into closed session. So I know we want to close our meeting in honor of Ms. Beverly Walker. So if we can have a moment of silence in her memory. Thank you very much. Have a good evening, everyone. And we go back to close, yes.